Good morning, people. How you guys doing? Hello. Hi, guys. What's up? I hope you have a small wee wee day too, C-Mail. Kirk Sama, it's been a privilege to train at your pickle dojo under your tutelage. Thank you so much, Jackie Sengi. Morning, Harley. Superstock turning RC tweet into DRS. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whatever. Stop ecstasy. Small wee wee vibes. Thank you, Bear Power. I hope so. I hope we have a small wee wee vibe day. If all else fails, we can always just like buy a lifted truck or something. Is RC a Cornichon? Funny thing is, I joined Billionaire for Pickles picks because I finally made a solid 7K on AMD calls, but no Pickles picks. Bad timing. Did you watch the members stream yesterday? I spent like an hour going over different stocks. The entire like last hour of the stream is just me covering a whole ton of stocks. I am admittedly very focused on GameStop right now. 40 ounces to freedom. Thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over.
I want to be a billionaire.
Same for you, Gerardo Spatuzzi. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna do just a big, long chant for you guys.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Legal team donation fund. Thank you, Vornam. I appreciate that, man. Matt Cartmel, how does one become a billionaire? Just there's a link down in the description for memberships, or there's one at the bottom of chat. I'm not really sure. I've only accidentally become a member once. Billionaire FOMO in the pre-market, bullish. Agreed. All right. Are you surprised we haven't dropped too much yet? Not really. Remember, this is a great channel to crush IV. Drop below 200 is tricky. There's a decent amount of retail buy pressure at 200. No one wants to see the price fall below 200, so that resistance is fairly strong. Um, and they don't want to like smash through it, right? They just want to bleed it down. Um, I'm sure the opportunity will present itself to them. Morning, man. Everything all right on the legal front? Yeah, yeah. It's it's not like a legal issue for me. It could be a legal issue for somebody else, but we'll see. My chart no longer shows 14,000 puts at $3 and $10 that were due to expire this week. Though that was part of the quarterly cycle. Did they roll part of it early? It's possible. No, no interview with trade spotting. I reached out to him. He did not contact me back, and so that did not go down this weekend. Additionally, the DD that I was writing all weekend is still not done. This represents 40 some odd hours spent on it without finishing it. It is almost done. It's close. I'm going to work on it more today. Hopefully, have it out by tonight or tomorrow. Do you think the RC changes your buy-in dates for options? Maybe need to buy early. No. Why is everyone freaking out? God, you guys are so impatient. Just wait. I realized something interesting yesterday. Remember your theory about Rentec pincer squeezing Jimmy with Spurt? Well, guess who became a massive holder in Prague when it started pushing up? That's interesting. I like the things you're saying to me. Michael Fassbender's carrot soup. And they're a long position? Congratulations, Christopher Sawchek. It's on the community tab, and it's also in the announcements channel on the Discord. Tamer. Yeah, Max Payne's currently at 190, up a little from last Friday, which is interesting. Think about a couple of Feb calls this morning. I don't have any yet. Good idea. Or IV and Gamma savings worth waiting till Friday. I mean, I'm waiting. It may not be till Friday, but I'm waiting. Historically, our best day is like the day, like Thursday, like the day before the Friday. Sometimes the Friday runs. It depends, but it doesn't run a lot. I don't think it runs enough to be relevant. But was a co-stream with Pope Francis about our whole cult situation? I'm sorry, I think our little gathering of degenerates wasn't the jolly good travel into Wonderland I was promised. P.S. Buy my mixtape. Good to do, Super Hot Kitty. Um, thanks for that. I have no plans currently on reaching out to Pope Francis. Oh, goody, our morning spike. The Monday cold meeting. Gospel of the Dance Part 4 is now live? Son of a bitch. You did it. I'll check that out later. So I've heard you say that next week isn't significant. No, next week is significant. What, Gherkin sister? No, next week is I definitely consider next week to be significant. I don't I don't know I don't know what in the fuck you're talking about. Are you gonna buy any shorter term monthlies, cat calls today before Biden signs infrastructure bill, or do you think it's already priced in? I don't think it's priced in. I totally intend to possibly buy a 210 weekly, depending on how this morning plays out. Maybe a 215. When does he sign that today, by the way? Ooh, look at GameStop. It's doing a thing. Are you gonna buy any shorter term monthly? Need any final proofreaders? No. How do I turn this up? There we go. So how closely linked is you asking for a lawyer and RC tweeting that he has a small PP an hour later? Be honest, you leaning on him? No. That's crazy. Regarding rip dates, now that we know and they know that we know, you think it matters? No, we were all like, people were all hyped up for the August also. You mentioned in this weekend VOD that hedge funds can't lower the price too much because it will spike IV. Can you explain why it's bad besides making it more attractive buy for retail? They don't want to. It's not that they can't lower it too much. They don't want to lower it quickly. Right? If they're short volatility, they want volatility to go down. If they slam the price, then the people long volatility will hedge against them, driving the price up very very quickly. Also, people will FOMO in if they drop it too hard. So, dropping the price of the stock quickly has historically not been a very good idea for them. They kind of stopped doing that shit in March. They realized it was not a good play because the shorts they used were immediately underwater. Did that guy say when Rentec bought Prague? I don't know if you'd be able to tell on the 13F. Any explanation as to why last year we ran Monday into the November run? So the cycles were a little bit less extreme back then, right? That was before RC's second buy-in. So they weren't as apparent. But we ran due to gamma exposure from the run, right? So when the price goes up on that date, right? On that exposure date, the weeklies for that week go deep into the money, right? Which then causes gamma exposure on the other side of T plus two from that expiration. And so we generally see like a continued run for a little bit. Um, and then, after a couple days, then we'll either see the roll or the fail occur. So usually by like Wednesday of the following week, we have an idea of if they're going to continue the upward price movement and volume increases, or volume decreases, then they fail. But like, say we're to run on the 24th, right? Then those 26th options, those 26th expiry options will have a lot of exposure, right? Because of the delta hedging. And then we'll see that play out the following week, probably up until like December 1st. I see you, low volume, my old friend. Yeah, well, we had our morning spike, and then, you know, whatever they needed to cover, probably a lot of it was covered here. Only 80 something thousand volume, though. I don't think we're going to have a good volume day today. I expect that we'll trend back below VWAP and likely stay there or get dragged around by the market. Oh, well, thank you, Grandpa John, but not a criminal issue. I'm just waiting until the end of the week to see what calls look like. Otherwise, I'd be streaming this shit from Bruce's old home in the Caymans. Sell some shares, buy some options. Terrible fucking idea. That's something that, sorry, poor bastard. This isn't against you specifically, but I feel like it needs to be said a lot. If you sell shares to buy options, you weaken the value of those options. Holding the floor is what exacerbates these cycles. If people sell shares and buy options in order to make a quick buck, the potential for MOASS is greatly diminished. You can't have one without the other. I did see the YouTube video Astro put out using my TradingView study to prove AMC without even understanding what it was. I'm very well aware of it. I have sent him a message. We will see how he responds. I forgot about cat calls last Friday morning. $37K volume. They're definitely bleeding it out. No, I think we have plenty of time to drop. It would be great if you'd mentioned all the dates of expected price movement like 10,000 times over the last month so that people wouldn't be so confused. I know. But 10,000 more times this week should do the trick. The signing ceremony is this afternoon on the lawn of the White House. Good. So, what theories do people have about the RC tweet? I don't know. I don't care. It, yeah, the best one I've heard so far is it's like some Canadian thing. 1126 near the money IV getting pretty tasty. Yep. Did you ever drop your DD? No, not yet. I'm still working on it. Hopefully, I don't accidentally close it today. I've done that in the past. Explain to me why volatility is bad for short hedge funds. They are short IV. If you want more information on that, you can go to the announcements channel. I have a DD pinned there that covers it very well. Okay, the 23rd, 24th has nothing to do with the rolls. They're separate. No idea if this means anything, but there was no block order on open today on GME. In the 9 months of watching GME open, I can't remember that happening. Interesting. Is it possible that it was like the tick before open? If they had enough liquidity to satisfy the block order, they may have put it in early, or they could have put it through a dark pool. And we'd see it fill in the next like 4 minutes. What do you think about BGFV? Eh, I don't know. I think everyone's like way too hyped on the dividend, and it's maybe priced in already. Did you talk about possible strats to play the possible November run in the coming weeks for people who have about $1,000 and want a good mixture between profit and medium risk? Thank you. I have a bunch in the clips. I think I have one specifically regarding $1,000 buy-in, but yeah, I mean, you want to buy as many far dated options as you can, as these present relatively lower risk, and then use the remainder of your funds. Ugh, gross. On weeklies. Is there any point in getting December monthlies along with weeklies to capture possible roll, or is it just smarter to go further out? I think it's better just to go further out, because if it doesn't roll, then you can just wait for like the 22nd of December. Option spread 11.26 close out of the money is strange. Some are weirdly low. Huh. Does this mean you haven't notified Wall Street Bets yet? I have not. I'm sure they'll find out. They have their little tentacles everywhere. How far in the money would the price need to go for us to be concerned about not being able to sell our calls? The issue with selling your calls is that the IV can spike so high that the value of the contract kind of flies away from its intrinsic value, right? And if this is the case, you can always just sell your option cheaper and someone will be interested in buying it. So think about the price relative. So if you have a contract and we're trading, you have 100 shares at, say we're trading at 770, right? So the value of that contract, the intrinsic value of that contract is $77,000, right? Now, if IV is way the fuck up, say like 200%, you know, that contract could be worth 54,000. No, yeah. Now, nobody probably wants to buy this contract for double, right? Because then they're just basically spending market price on the shares. So if you sell it lower, you have a much better chance of filling, like closer to the bid. So yeah, you may not get the full value out of the contract, but you can still sell it. DD's not out yet. I'm still working on it. I tried to finish it last night, but I was up till like 3 in the morning. I couldn't do it anymore. I have no idea what Ryan Cohen's small wee wee tweet is about, but it's bullish. Would you sell Jan Febs after November run if it dips to buy back before 1222? The only way I'm selling my Jan Febs is if they are in the money. And my January, February calls are further out of the money, right? Like, my Januaries right now start at 220. My Febs start at 250. Oh no, my Febs actually start at 300 right now. My mistake, sorry. So my February start at 300. These would have to go into the money a bunch for me to consider selling them. And if they do go in the money a bunch, then it's like, are they going to come down? You know, that's a tough question. Hold on, I've missed a whole shitload of members. Giacomo, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. Let me get you. Actually, just check out the announcements channel. You can add yourself if you're a Long Johnson. It lets me tag you on the Discord, which could be relevant in the future. And then JP and Mvon H001. Guys, thank you so much for becoming Zillionaires. I appreciate it. I'm going to get a sweet-ass chant started for you. And you guys hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Crazy what, but hashtag not so freaking bad. So freaking bad. So freaking bad.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
It can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Let me take a look at Prague. I don't want to. There we go. But yeah, well, give me a second. Looks like it's running a little bit. I don't trust this fucking stock. Maybe I'll pick up a couple options, see if it breaks to 4 again. Is cheap enough? Yeah. Ooh, I have Genworth Financial. I need to close. What are your thoughts on Loop Ring? Oh no, check out the end of the Billionaires, like the members only stream yesterday. I went pretty in depth into my thoughts on Loop Ring. The short and sweet of that is it's, you know, still attempting to realize a value. It's going to be, you know, a bit of a climb as it gets rejected at each psychological resistance by people trading it. Could read a TD for AMC, but in MS Paint. Thoughts on ABNB? Interesting. It's consolidating a little bit. Volume's not bad. How are their earnings? I'm guessing is the play here. Earnings looked good. Might be picking up. Visa had a very nice morning. Huh. Should have been paying attention to that one. All right. So cat calls for power hour. If you own 100 shares and buy an option to buy another 100 and all I own is 100, I'm fucked. But if you sell me your 100 and then buy an option for 100, then I break even. This is sell to buy options. Okay. 1,200 watching, less than 500 likes. If you guys could drop a like. What was the EMA you suggested to follow BBBY on? I don't remember. Probably, yeah, it was probably here on the 4-hour test on the EMA 30 to see if it bounces. Oh, and the downtrend's going to begin, I think. Can you talk about how on 11/22 we will be surprised at how cheap 11/26 calls will be? Yeah. They'll be really cheap on 11, 12, and 82 because there's a holiday and a half day, which knocks a bunch of theta off of the cost of those. So yeah, they'll be extremely inexpensive. What happened? I thought they would have already dropped the price to 195 by now. I mean, we came close on Friday, didn't we? What did they get down to on Friday? Like 197. I'm sure we'll see more downward price action. The idea here is not so much to drop the price, right? That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is to crush IV, and they're doing that very effectively. Isn't catcalling despicable? Yes. IV is 93%. Do you think it'll keep going up or down? But it's been going down a lot, and IV is not 95%. At the money, it's like 81, 85. Maybe the specific strike you're looking at. Usually when you discuss IV, you discuss it at the money. Um, that's even lower further out. January IV still hasn't fallen off a lot yet, but it likely will. What do you think the reverse? What do you think the tweet from RC is about with the reverse small wee wee? Oh, fresh and free. Well, a reverse small wee wee is Long Johnson, right? Long Johnson incoming. What do you consider the safest far out of the money call for next week? 250? That depends on what we're trading at, but probably the safest I would consider is like 225. Everything beyond that is just risky. If they don't roll in the upcoming cycle beginning on the 23rd, 24th, will there still be movement on the 22nd of December? If so, why? I feel like I answered this already. Um, you're saying if they don't roll the futures? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so if they don't roll the futures, yes, there'll still be exposure on the 22nd. They're not the same. The movement on December 22nd is from ETF and equity leaps that expire in December. How far away from the bid? Asks, should one set the limit for quick execution? The faster you want your execution to be, the close. If you're buying them, the closer to the ask. If you're selling them, the closer to the bid. Yeah, they do. Any UK Dans nowhere to trade options? Saxo Bank and IBKR, I know, are both available for UK residents. So if I understand you correctly, go all in on the 19th, right? I definitely didn't say that. I'm not going on all in on the 19th. I'm going a tiny bit in on the 19th and then all in on longer term, safer options. Which brokers offer cashless exercise that you know of? As far as I know, I believe IBKR and TD both have it. Probably means Schwab does as well. Fidelity, I'm unsure of the options there as far as cashless exercise goes. And Vanguard, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever bought or sold an option with Vanguard. I also don't really ever exercise options. It's kind of a new thing. I love Jamaican beef patties or the chicken ones. They're all good, actually. I don't understand why crushing IV is so important for them, as it essentially helps destroy them. It's very interesting to watch them struggle to be stuck between two very bad positions, isn't it? If you want to know more about their interest in lowering IV, I suggest you check out Zinco's DD over on Reddit on variant swaps. I have it pinned in the announcements channel, or not pinned, but in the recent announcements in the announcements channel over on the Discord. Hypothetically, for a pour, let's say $500, use some percent on 1122 and the rest on 23, or all on 23. I mean, it's like they can run it early. That's the risk you take by waiting till 11:23 and just going all in that morning. Pat is it may run in aftermarket, which presents that alone could price you out of any potential profits for that whole run, right? If GameStop goes up $20 in after hours, and opens at like 220, you're going to have a very hard time buying anything at that point. So it's good. It's good to do a little bit, a little early, just to protect yourself from any kind of like unexpected movement. They've never traditionally covered early, sometimes covering as late as their as like market open on the T+3 day. So yeah, I would want to be at least a little bit in by the 22nd. Like, I understand it's a lot harder with lower capital, but also the options will be, cheaper the 22nd than the 19th, so that's a plus. That's awesome, Jacob. Do you have a guess as to the day they will start to cover that price action? You said previously they wait to the last minute. Normally, think they will again. Likely. But it is the one, the reason I'm cautious about the entry is because it is the one thing that I think they can change, right? Is they could cover early and unexpectedly on, that Monday, or like going into that Monday. So pre-market Monday morning. Can you make airplane noises while you spoon feed your DD? I will say, it makes it really hard for me to write the DD because I've explained it so many times that it's like, usually when I write DD, I'm all excited about it. Is the January price action for the 12th and 20th only if they do not roll in November, December? So if they fail to roll the contracts, FTDs should pile up in January, I believe on the actually I have to redraw that. I deleted all the fucking indicators because they were all moved all over the place. But I believe December 17th is quad witching. And then we should be able to go. So there's the 20th. What's the December 9th? Is that the expiration or roll date? CME equity. Yeah, 12/9. So we should see FTDs occur here, here, and +1, 2. Here. Mm, 12. Is that correct? So 113. All right, 112, 120, 125, and then also 6 days from each of those for ETFs. So this is these final dates at the end of each of these boxes should represent FTD dates. GameStop in the big box, ETF in the small. Stop calling me. Ooh, that was an interesting little bounce. And then that final day, which I didn't mention, this final day. So this is the ETF Leap December monthly. So ETF Leap, GME monthly. Exposure after the futures roll. And then this date here on the 25th is the exposure from ETF and GME leaps. And that's January 25th. So roll, fail, or roll expiration. Oh, let's make that purple. There we go. So that's ETF exposure, and this is ETF exposure. And this is ETF exposure. So I hope that explains it. Getting to see it built in real time. I should clip that. $2.15's looking juicy on cat. 210s are looking kind of juicy. I might pick up a couple. Can you get those cheaper? Oh. Okay, that's weird. No. What's the spy doing? Interesting. Nope. DDs are not out yet. How do you know if they roll or fail? Like 250 calls, I want to take some profits, but forward to December 17th, quad witching day. Can you explain? Okay, so after the run on the 24th, there is usually some like continued upward volatility for a couple days. And the expiration on the 26th, there's exposure from all of these contracts, these weeklies going into the money. So you have T+2 from the 26th, T+2 3 from the 26th. As we see all that exposure finalize out on December 1st, we will then look for increased volume and price action. If we don't see that, it's likely they are going to fail. But we'll be waiting a couple days to see how that plays out. But that after this date on December 1st, that's when we'll be looking to for an indication of rolling. Yeah, I picked up a couple 210s. Thank you. Think I'm really far behind on chat. Would it be more profitable to spend 11.26 weeklies than roll profits into Jan Feb? Or will those Jan Febs be then so expensive I'd regret not buying Jan Feb earlier? That's possible. It's possible that like the February contracts, which are out here on the 18th, these are the Feb monthlies. They're the only ones open right now. These could get potentially priced out. And you may have to wait for theta to decay significantly before you're able to buy back into them. Probably sometime during this this period here. So that's the ETF exposure date. So sometime within this window, where I don't expect a lot to happen, you may be able to pick up Febs again here. The risk there is that we just keep running, like continued upward price action, and that really fucks up the whole deal if you don't have Febs earlier. So yeah, I mean you can get them later, but it's riskier. I know it's so many pieces. It makes writing the DD so hard to explain that like it's the intersection of all these events that matters. And then trying to break down each one, I think only serves to make it more confusing and less informing. What do you think about the gamble buying November 26th, 420 calls on the 19th and 22nd, assuming movement 23, 24? Why is this far out of the money a good or bad idea? The contracts may not have enough value for you to see their value increase, right? Like you're expecting, yeah, I have all the dates memorized pretty much. Or at least if I don't, I know where they occur. So, if the contract's like, $5, unless it goes in the money or 5 cents, sorry, unless it goes in the money or we break through like a significant resistance and IV really gets out of control, like it's not going to move a lot, right? Because it doesn't have a lot of value for those multipliers to act on. Whereas if a contract is like $75 or 75 cents rather, then, an IV spikes 100%, you can see this call, go up to like 150. Right. And those IV ticks, like it acts on the current value as a multiplier. So like you keep going up. 420s just seem like a little too far. I think like at a test of 250, like 300s have some potential. 420s, they just may not see the movement you're expecting. If they do, it'll be very, very brief. I think the only way you really see any value in 420s is if we break 300 on fairly significant volume. And I don't think 300 is a good price target for this run up. Like it could happen. The potential is there, but it's a bit speculative. New possible floors going into January. I think a lot of that will be determined by what happens here on that first or that second ETF exposure date, and what happens with the rolls, right? If they roll and hit the second ETF exposure date, our floor could be very, very high. If they fail to roll, then it might be a little bit lower going into January, but then it'll start running earlier in January, right? Because of the FTDs. Your options DD will be very polarizing, probably kicking up a much larger debate on Reddit because of how known you are in the community. I don't understand the debate. Either people know and understand options, and they want to use that knowledge to leverage their long-term position and hedge their long-term position against unrealized gains, and or they don't fucking know what they're doing and they should stay away from them and buy and hold and DRS, right? Because there's doesn't have to be just one way. And I know that the super stonk mentality this entire time has been present everybody with one specific way to do everything because people can't think for themselves. And it's it's the same people that complain about options that want to tell you what to do with your shares, right? Like it's that idea that they're panicked because they can't control your thought process, right? It's the people that are the most afraid of the prisoner's dilemma, and they've been like this the entire time, and nothing's really changed. If it does cause a debate or sparks one, it's one that should have been sparked a long time ago, long before the options FUD set in. Yeah, I'm still shooting for 1126s. I'm just not deploying all my capital into weeklies like a degenerate. So would December 3rd weeklies also be a good bet? Yeah, they could be. But volatility could drop on them significantly. So after that initial spike on the 23rd, 24th, volatility generally falls off. And so those options lose value even if the price stabilizes. This is another way people get burned on GameStop a lot, is we'll run super hard with high volume, and then the IV drop off will lose you a shitload of money on your calls. I'm looking ideally, and Fab, I'll be in calls between 250 and 350. If we're holding a floor of around 300 after December, then I'll be looking further out at maybe like 500s, 800s. You look at BLNK. Ooh. GameStop trying to break that upper resistance. BLNK. Blink charging. Interesting. Coming up to test that resistance again. Not a lot of upside potential. Well, that's not terrible. Yeah, I guess if it could break through like 45, that could be very good for it. But yeah, there's definitely some resistance in this band right here. From like 42.50 to 45, it looks like it may have a bit of a struggle pushing through. Volume's picking up, so that's good. What's it look like on the daily? Okay. This isn't super impressive price action. It could fail VWAP here. If it does, it may just chop. Intraday volume's not terrible. Looks like we're still seeing a little bit of volatility on GameStop, though. Clip it 1014 to 1020. Okay. Like 3 minutes back. What brokerage is recommended to take a look at to buy options? I find my best option execution comes from IBKR, WeBull, and WeBull. I think TDA and Schwab are also fairly decent. Those are like the big ones. I don't like Fidelity. Fidelity has great execution, but I don't like using it because of the UI. If you're comfortable using Fidelity, and you can get options with them, which can be tricky, they're solid as well. How low do you think Ivy will go this week into next week? I don't know. We'll see. The pressure is turning up, right? So like, we'll see how strong their ability is to drive the IV down. If the IV doesn't change, right? If it remains static, that's not bad either, right? Because you still save money on theta. Is there a strong likelihood that they will halt trading or disable the buy button if GME starts to rip 1K a share? Yeah, possibly. That's something I like about having options, is if they turn the buy button off, they have to continue to hedge those contracts. So it creates perpetual FOMO, right? because by forcing them to continue to hedge those contracts, they're forced to maintain a relative price point and try to find liquidity in a market where there is none. And that creates a very advantageous situation as far as their margin is concerned. Explain in your DD how 10% of all SS current shares in DRS and one Feb contract per person will have 2 floats locked up. Fucking them in 2 holes. Yeah. It's a good way to do it. It's tricky, right? Like, DRS and holding would probably be the way if they weren't a massive market maker, but you can't squeeze a market maker in the traditional sense, right? Because they're so well hedged and they have the ability to maneuver very quickly. So by squeezing them from multiple angles, by squeezing their volatility, their options chain, by drying up the liquidity necessary to hedge that options chain, you create a very unique situation for them where they're kind of boxed in from all sides. If I have, say, a Feb 300, but the price reaches only 270 and they don't seem to roll, is it better to sell a buy back in a week later before December 22nd run, or is it generally risky? I think if we break 250, but don't see 300, then that presents quite the floor for them to try to drive the price down from, even if they fail before December 22nd, only a month out, right? So it puts them in a tricky spot. I wouldn't sell them. They'll be profitable, but I'm gonna hold them. The only way I'm selling any February options is if they go significantly into the money on the 24th. Otherwise, those options are getting held. And what I'll do is I'll average that position down if I get those options for cheaper. What do you think about 12 threes? I mean, it's fine. You're just paying for additional theta. Like, it doesn't really hurt anything, big billionaire. Like, you can, if you want to pay for additional theta, you can. It protects your contracts a little more if nothing happens. And it does give a tiny bit more room for mistakes. So yeah, it is always safer to buy further out. I think if the stock is halted, you may be able to exercise, but I don't think you can't buy or sell. Are you concerned at all that options stacking up might influence their decision to roll or not? I don't want them to roll, right? Hopefully it does influence their decision to roll, and they don't. So like seller boxing, but reversed. Very good, yeah. Sort of. What point would you expect it to bounce? Is that double bottom now? 4 hour. No, it's got a little more room for a double bottom. It's still in an uptrend from back here. Pretty steep one at that. We'll see. I mean, this was a double bottom and it bounced. Right. This is the bounce. It already occurred. It should theoretically realize a price point up here. But sometimes just breaking up from the low requires a small period of consolidation before it can move further up. Stellar boxing. At what point would you go from significantly? Oh, what point would I go from sell because in the money to just exercising? I would likely 100% over strike. So if I have a 300C and Jimmy's trading at 600, I'm absolutely gonna exercise these, right? Versus I have a 300 and GME goes to 350. These I'm far less likely to exercise. So I think anything over 100% above strike, so anything more than double the strike, I'm gonna exercise. So if I have 200s and we're trading at 4, I'm gonna exercise those, right? Which EME options look the most attractive to you right now? Currently, I'm looking at November 26th, which I'm waiting to enter. And I have January 21st and February 18th. Which I'm entering slowly, but plan to enter much more on the 19th, 22nd, and 23rd. If Tesla falls below 900 again, do you think it will fall hard? It could. I mean, it's already back down below 1,000, but 1,000 was a bit of exuberance. Yeah, the spike could rip on the infrastructure bill. If it doesn't rip in just anticipation thereof, when's the 26th of November? Next Friday. I'm buying calls for next Friday on the 19th, 22nd, and 23rd. My options prices don't show up until 9:45. Is that normal? Yeah. I don't have enough to buy 300s. That's because you have delayed options data, S. McStonky. Depending on your brokerage, sometimes there's a 15-minute delay on options data. Usually you have to pay a premium to get real-time options data. I don't have enough to buy 300s in Feb. Is 500 strike will do any good? It could, yeah. And, if it pumps on an IV run, right, you can sell it and average it down, right? So like, say you buy a 500 Feb or a 510, whatever it is, whatever the max strike is. We'll just say 500 for ease. And IV spikes on 1124, right? Hard. This contract will go up significantly, right? You can sell that at the peak, and then when IV comes back down a little, you can buy back in at a lower strike, like 400, right? And then December, if it spikes hard, you can sell again and buy back in at a lower strike. Or they just go into the money and you make big gains. It's going to depend on MVON. It's going to depend on what we see as far as the end of this week for GameStop. So if GameStop stays in this relative range, I'll be starting like around 205, 200, 205. I'll be starting options at 210 out through 300. If we drop below 200, especially if we drop below 190, I'll be looking at 200. 210 to 300. I'll be looking at 200 to 300. 350s. I mean, I might YOLO like $100 into them, right? They're going to be like super cheap, 0.6 a contract or something like that. or 0.06 a contract on that day. So like the very last day, I might YOLO like $100 into 350s, with just the potential that we test 300. Because if we do, they'll be very valuable. If we don't, But yeah, I'm definitely looking in the 2 to 300 range. What does quad witching mean? Quad witching is the date on which derivatives from all four markets expire simultaneously. So it's like a big expiration date, futures, options, equities. SSFs. Am I getting NVIDIA calls? I don't know. Are you, Carl? You tell me. One sec. I'm gonna do this. Thoughts on TradingView, TradeStation as a broker? I like the UI and graphing, but I don't see people talk about them much. They're fine. Yeah, TradeStation's good. The fact that you possibly get tens of contracts for under 3K is awfully enticing. The gains would be astronomical if it plays out. It is. It's very enticing. Greed, though, will generally bite you in the ass more often than not. Short hedge funds are the Roman Empire. They're massive, powerful, greedy, and full of hubris. They believe nobody could ever sack Rome, just like nobody can beat the short hedge funds. A nice historical correlation there, VWAP Dan Seipel. The holiday next week, do you think that might play a role in when we might start seeing the run? It could mean that we run a little earlier. That's why I'm getting prepared on the 19th, as opposed to just waiting until Monday the week of. How far out of the money would you be looking at with only $1,200 for the 26th? I mean, like I've said, I plan to buy my near the money, out of the money, right? So I plan to buy, I invest more capital here to less capital here. And so, like if I'm buying this spread, for instance, I'm going to buy like one at the money, a couple more out, more out here, right? So I'll always have these near the monies as a hedge against, less than expected price movement. If you buy everything super far out, like 300s or 250s, and we only see a test at 225, you're just going to get burned on all these.
So while having these is nice, it's much safer to have something since we don't have a lot of time on the contract. You at least want to be near the money with the majority of your capital. Don't get me wrong, you can buy some far out as like a gamble, but remember that they are that. IBKR showing borrow rate back down to 0.76. Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry. Praise be to you, Bob. Praise be to you, Kool-Aid disciple. How many discussions on the Discord? Have a couple questions. One, if you execute a contract, do the shares settle immediately? Yes. I've clipped that like 40 times already, Bricked Up. So last year exposure was a bit different. So last year the price spiked on the expected day, right? But the exposure on weeklies was very high due to that price spike, right? And so we saw that the exposure from those weeklies after Thanksgiving play out the following Monday. So exposure on weeklies could be very high this time as well. So yeah, there's I'm not saying that 12 threes are bad, right? They're just pricey. And even though the price ran on those days, it didn't run hard, right? Like it did on the initial settlement period for the exposure. And that's why the weeklies are maybe better, because after it runs hard, those options are gonna lose value on IV very quickly. So you could buy 12 threes to be a little bit on the safer side. Your exits could be a little better on 12 threes, but I'm not a huge fan of them. I might pick up some 12 threes like Friday after Thanksgiving before close. What is this from? Wow, that's the 4 hour. I expect somewhere between 5 and 10 million volume. I'm Vaughn. The Wednesday before last, we ran $50 on 3.5 million volume. So 5 to 10 million volume should be more than sufficient for the run. It could be higher because there's less liquidity. The August run had significantly more liquidity. It was before DRS really took a hold, and it was also shortly after a massive amount of institutional selling. When you say the options are cheap, what's the premium price that's added onto it, making it a few thousand per contract? I'm confused what you mean. When I say weeklies are going to be cheap, it's because the price of the contract will be cheap. The price improvement will increase the value of those contracts, both intrinsically and through high implied volatility. Excuses, but is that where the similarities end? I believe so. VWAP down cycle. I don't think this is the same as those squeezes. This is a overlapping of several short positions that, you know, got caught underwater. Will Jimmy be weeklies? Weeklies be cheap the week of MOASS? I'm cheaper, but probably not super cheap. Are we getting invaded by bots? Significant rise in price this week due to strategy for next week. What would a significant rise in price do? I mean, not a lot, right? It would suck, but it just mean you'd be able to buy fewer contracts. Is this T+2 or what? Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like they're covering whatever exposure they had from last week. What can you say about Sherik token? Russian meme coin. Is Shiba already 30x after start? Don't know shit about it. Oh no, Russian crypto bots. Ooh. This is interesting. Careful with who you ban, guys, because a lot of smooth brains in the chat are now also talking about the stupid Russian crypto. So make sure you're not banning our viewers. Guys, when bots invade, don't talk about the thing the bots are talking about. It's definitely a good recipe for getting banned. If Cat doesn't run by the bill signing this afternoon, ditch even at 210. No, I don't think so. I would definitely hold it for a few more days. It's just a vape of the nicotine variety. FTD report out. Is it? No, probably not yet. I think market close. I'm upset with how much I have had to read backwards today. Yeah, it's getting annoying. But what are you gonna do? I mean, if MOASS starts, just exercise your options, right? Like, because that just puts additional pressure on the squeeze. It's espresso, the coffee kind of scotch. Yeah, I'm well aware of what happened. So what happened last November is the cycles weren't really as strong then. First of all, that was previous to Ryan Cohen's second buy-in. So what you see that happened last November is you had the ETF exposure, but it was minimal, right? And then what did happen though was lots of weeklies from that week went in the money. And the price was cheap, so people exercised because everyone was FOMOing into the whole DFE thing. So there was a lot of exercising. And then the following Monday, you see the effect of that exercising of those contracts within T plus 2, 3. After Ryan Cohen's second buy-in in December, you see the effects of these cycles increase in magnitude greatly. Column, I don't know. I've honestly only ever exercised options just by exercising them with cash. I know that cashless exercise and like sell to exercise are options at some brokerages. I'm just not sure which ones or how to go about executing it. You'll have to find that out on your own. If my options run super hard, I have multiple options, so I can just sell one and buy and like exercise the other. I'm not really like super concerned personally with the sell to exercise, and I'm definitely not taking up a bunch of my time calling brokerages customer service lines. If MOASS hits in January and the premium for Feb options goes through the roof beyond what any individual could afford, do the hedge funds have to buy those options, or is the idea to exercise? The idea is definitely to exercise. Because if they're not delta hedging properly on the front side of those options, and when their exposure comes due, if you exercise, suddenly they have to find whatever percent they're off on their hedging more shares at market immediately, which puts quite a lot of pressure on them if they're already hunting for shares to hedge their positions in the first place. So in the same way that like DRS dries up the real shares, options present a way to dry up the synthetics. They need liquidity in order to generate synthetic volume. And if you take all the liquidity away, then they're forced to try to hedge with nothing, which blows up their margin. Yeah, on a big run up, I'm definitely selling the out of the money calls first, the in the money calls last. My only worry is that there was odd T plus exceptions due to the weird day off and following half day. There's not. It doesn't change the settlement period because the settlement period is finalized before the holiday. The only thing that changes on a holiday for settlement is that the settlement gets pushed out one day. Half days have no effect on settlement. So no, there's no loophole there that I'm aware of, especially in regards to gamma exposure. When are you talking about trade spotting next? I reached out to him. He got back to me. We were supposed to do something this weekend, and I reached out to him on Friday and never heard anything back. You said WeBull is a good broker to consider for options, but you've also said you don't recommend them for holding GME. Would you just transfer out shares after? Sure. DRS them if you want to. You can transfer them to Fidelity. You can transfer them to Computer Share. You can do whatever you want with them. You could just keep your exercised shares in WeBull if you want to. I don't like it for holding my core position, but I don't think I'd care that much about, exercised contracts. Can't they just keep synthesizing new shares to lower margin risk? No, because the synthesizing those shares requires them to margin those shares, right? So it doesn't lower their margin risk, it increases it. So if they have to create synthetic volume to hedge their already, out of control position on open options, like they just accelerate blowing up their own margin. The synthesized shares are backed by margin, right? So can you tell me the order of which options you'll be getting from now to Feb again? Jesus Christ. Why don't you guys figure out how to trade options and develop a strategy for trading options throughout this cycle that I presented, and stop trying to get me to give you all the secrets. You have to learn. If you want to fuck with options, it's an advanced tool. It is a tool, but it is advanced. I don't suggest just copying a YouTuber, regardless of the confidence you might have in me. It just presents a complete lack of understanding of how options work on your part. And it's not a good look. You are an advanced tool, Snickers. That's correct, Sam Jones. A higher price into 11.19 means options are more expensive, but it also does mean that their exposure is likely greater. GME is heavily call side favored currently. So yeah, the exposure would be much more significant. Did you hear any more from the person that claimed ETF GEX of the 24th will be minimal? I mean, Yella was pointing out last night over on the other Discord that it's not, that their exposure is already starting to kind of I didn't read it all, so don't quote me on this, but I think their exposure is already starting to exceed their hedging. Back to you, Jay Fresh. I don't understand why people have such a hard time dividing capital. I don't know. Maybe it's just silly of me to assume that division is a given. Down 1%. Good job, Carl. I have a small position in Express. I feel like it might rip soon. So does everyone else with a small position in Express. You need to assume that everyone here has unlimited risk tolerance and will YOLO everything into next week. I don't know. I feel like by constantly repeating like possible options plays that I'm doing a disservice to those that just don't understand options but are greedy and want to make money. Yeah, I understand greed, but it's ridiculous. Like, get that shit in check. It's not going to benefit you in any way. GME up 2.7%. I'm not happy about it. I mean, some volatility is expected today and tomorrow. There's a little bit of exposure from last week. I don't think it's significant, but there's a little bit. Rate my 1126. Buy 220, then 5 contracts for 250, 260, 270 until I run out of money. Ew. Your spreads too, like, so it's not front heavy at all. It's all loaded to the back and the out of money calls. So you have a ton of leverage here, but none in the middle, and just a tiny bit of leverage up here, which is also out of the money. So none of your spread even approaches being near the money. So I don't love it, VWAP down cycle. You should share that bad options purchases, the ones that are designed for the poors, put additional money in the hands of money market makers. Yeah. If you're losing money on options, just means you're giving money to Citadel. Well, not giving money to Citadel, but giving money to options writers, whoever they may be. The majority of the options are probably written by Citadel. That spread is nowhere near any money. $60 in the money calls are super safe. So if price stays between 200 and 210, do you expect the same price action? It could be a bit higher, not another down. I think if we're trading over 200 going into the run up, it can be pretty significantly higher. Like a test of 300 becomes far more likely. What caused the rise on the 3rd of November? That was the Wednesday before last. That was T+6 settlement for ETF FTDs. If you got here, and we track that. Hold on, I gotta put the fucking dates in. So we got 8/24, and then we have the roll, which is here on 9/9, and then we have the fail on 9/17. Then we have T+2, so 1, 2, and then we have T+34, and then T+6. There. Oh, T+3, sorry. T+3. as you can see, that's the exact failure date for ETF FTDs, which were very high this cycle. So there's ETF FTDs T+6 out from our GameStop FTD windows. They have to. They're the market maker. That's their requirement. Otherwise, they can get removed as a market maker, which could be far more dangerous than writing options. Also, other people are going to write options, right? GGPI. Gorse Guggenheim. Is it already squeezing? It's fucking up 15% today already. Does this have options? Interesting. I don't hate this. IV at the money is still pretty low. IV out here is way up though. Ooh, December's aren't so bad. Interesting. Why? Is there some sort of news on this? Or is it just like... Oh, this has to do with Polestar, doesn't it? The fucking EV company. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. I wonder what's do you know what short interest is over here, Turdferg? Because this consolidation looks ready to break out in a nice way. It's already breaking out. I'll buy a couple. This looks interesting. Ooh, I got a fill at 150. Sweet. Yeah, I'll watch this. I like this. SI is only 3.03%. Whatever. Nice gamma ramp. What's the float? Probably should have looked at that. Oh, that's not what I want to look at. Get out of here. Do you think my 300 Cs that expire Friday will actually be worth something? No. Is Citadel allowed to just stop issuing options contracts? No. being reported SI. We could check out the OBV. Let's look at the OBV on this. There's a little bit of short interest. Not a lot. This is not very telling. I do not like the lack of history on this stock. But I like what it's doing right now. So I'm about that. It's so nice to get a message about a stock that's not already up $20. Yeah, you know who you are. One at the money 11:26 call on Friday, 3 to 5 more on Monday. Near the money to just out of the money until I hit my limit. 50% of profit to 218, maybe 300, 50% used for weeklies in December with the same strat. Thoughts? January. The December run occurs at the end of December. So yeah, I would probably be buying January's to look for that movement in at the end of December. Oh, weeklies in December. Yeah, you can do weeklies. That's not bad. It's solid. Is there Jimmy gonna dip or not this week? Wouldn't it be better for Gamma Ramp and Squeeze if it goes to 180 so more options can be bought? I mean, obviously, a dip would be nice. Ribbon doing well. Yeah, I saw. Still an IPO. Someone's gonna bag hold it. It's just the way it works. I haven't looked at Playboy. Look at the stock. Not since I was like 12. It's up 9K this morning. Am I chasing? Absolutely. Is there a clipped video or DD that references the specific dates? I know Gherkin has talked about it. Yeah, I actually cover the entire thesis on in the interview with Houston Wade. No, not happy birthday today. Soon. David's T, I'm up. Options are super illiquid. Do you have 250s? If you have 250s, you could try to move a little closer to the bid. Last one sold at 2. Volume's low. This is that fucking Costco play, right? Everyone was stoked that they were selling their stuff at Costco. Hey, Gert, could you update your collab playlist? Yeah, I could do that. I didn't know that video. That video should have been in there automatically. That's annoying. Here we go. There you go. Updated. Half 250, half 5. Yeah, I mean, you might just have to lower your expectations You're probably not going to fill at the ask. Yeah, I see that on GGIP. I'm pretty stoked. It was breaking out of that wedge, and it's looking very fancy. GGIP gonna make up for cat depression. I like it. 15s are going just into the money now, which is nice. I worry that there's not enough OI at 1750. I mean, I guess there's some. Oh, okay. Never mind. There's a lot. Yeah, it looks very attractive. Very attractive indeed. I like that. Or at least it's your birthday, because I thought we shared a birthday. Carl, is it your birthday? Is it Happy Birthday Carl Day? Well, I mean, it was breaking out of that descending wedge, so I kind of like bought my calls on a like a good signal. What hotkeys are you using for trades? I don't have them set up on this WeBull. I usually use the numpad. I could borrow 20K for November. I'll pay it back before the next spike date. Don't do that. That's dumb. Don't borrow money to buy options. Some of my SPACs have a tendency to go mental with buy pressure. They generally don't have a lot of float. People get excited about them. Carl kicked it. Happy fucking birthday, Carl. Congratulations, man. Carl's a Scorpio too? You are old and washed up, but we love you. What if you borrowed money to buy a GME stock? That's a little safer. Still dumb, but safer. You said I was buying options? That was a YOLO into Prague? It's even worse. I'm gonna sell these Prague fucking calls while they're profitable, I think. Is it gonna push past 1350? God, I just feel like it's just not gonna do it. I don't trust Prague at all. It's just garbage. 950 strikes are close to the money? No, they're not. Hold on, I gotta check GME out. GME's still climbing. His exposure is a little more significant than I thought it would be. They keep covering on Monday too. Wow, the downvotes are real today. Fucking shills. When ladder attack? I mean, it doesn't look like they're doing a lot of active shorting right now. I should check out the options chain, though. Let's see what's happening on the options chain. A bunch of... yeah, a bunch of calls coming in. November 19th. November 19th. November 19th. Some December 17th 140s on some $400 puts. That's pretty fucking deep in the money. Why are people buying them all on the wrong date? Curious. I mean, it's like 3-1 call to put. The real question is, how low can cat go, and do I buy more calls? It's a good question. I don't think I want to buy any more cat calls. Yeah, this is likely exposure from last week. Open interest was pretty high last week, so I expect some exposure to play out. I don't know if we'll break 210, but we could. I mean, it's obvious they're covering. They're doing their usual let's not jump the ask thing. But the question is how much do they need to cover? That's what we don't know. And when are we going to see more in the money options pour in? Did you ever get the green light to share your option? Oh, I did. It's called Vesica. Look up Shift Search. Shiftsearch.com. You guys can check that out if you want to. Yeah, max paid is 190. But it looks like we're bouncing a little early. You see that, Carl? I wonder if this is the EMA 60. I think it might be. Ooh, it might even be the EMA 30. That's super bullish. Oh. Curious. They can't pre-cover the ETF shares. So, no, they couldn't also be doing that. That's not how that works. The intention behind buying deep in the money calls usually to exercise them. It looks like a bounce off the lower wedge line on the daily run up last week. Yeah. I mean, if you go out to the daily, it's bouncing like right there on the EMA 30. I mean, we do have like a bullish crossover. I'd imagine the technicals look good. Yeah, and it looks like interesting. I'm buying early. I want to buy that early. No. Volume's dying off now. Unless the support from holding is actually just moving up the floor this steadily. I mean, that would be quite the pinch. I'm going to be super pissed off if this whole thing is a little more accelerated. I don't think this is MOASS. It's just RC small wee wee. Bull trap? Could be. I'm watching the volume. There's like a big volume spike here. Bigger. And we're still at 600k volume for the day, so it's not like anything super dramatic's happening. Maybe it's DRS. Time of day is it? 11:30? It could be some of that. Presenting a little bit of buy pressure. Influx of new resale interest due to loop ring. That's also possible. I mean, obviously, like, everything's just going to start stacking on top of everything else soon. Pickle rocket? No, Taryn. You stop trying to get the pickle rocket on the. It's too big of a risk. I want IV to go down. Can you look at GGPI again? Might be a good lesson for exits. Oh, look how much money I'm making. Guys, I'm up 50%. Woo! I should have bought more. Does this have anything to do with the cutoff for investors to bail out of their hedge fund brokers? It could. Yeah, I'd imagine Citadel might be looking at a bit of an exodus. Of course, if you think that your brokerage is not fulfilling their fiduciary duty to you, you can pull your funds at any time. You do not need to wait. Is it more effective for GME price for retail to buy the rips instead of the dips? It doesn't matter. Probably, but yeah, that never caught on. Does this seem like a good time to get options? I'm kind of seeing where this peaks. By acting like it's the FOMC announcement today. Yeah, SPY is a little, not bearish divergence, but just a little consolidation still. This upper test at like 470 is rough. It's going to take a little bit of a push to pop it through. I'm sure the infrastructure bill will offer that. Check 1, 2. Is this thing on? What did you say, Windmill? Did I miss your comment? How does this low volume creep? Oh no! So the low volume creep does not affect the IV significantly. What does hurt the pricing of the contracts is the price. If nobody said it yet, happy birthday in case it's today. It's not today, Trash Dan, but soon. Do you still think we go down for the rest of the week or what happens? I mean, I expect some volatility today and tomorrow due to covering whatever exposure they have. Jesus Christ, how do I turn this off? Okay. I'm just gonna put that on the floor or something. It's driving me nuts. Sundial with 180 million volume odd. I'm hoping the sign bill will give Cat a pop. Me too. Oh, nice. Windmill. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. No. I'm getting like hundreds of Twitter followers an hour for some reason. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Holy moly, can I slide into those DMs too? I thought that was just all you, Trash Dan. Russian crypto shills? Probably. I'm trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. I predict that you were buying on your birthday, the 19th. What? That's crazy. Yeah, I know about Astra's video. He was messaging me on Twitter just now because I reached out to him because the indicator that he was using isn't complete or accurate yet. Like that trading view indicator that I showed you guys last week, it's still got some issues. It needs to be updated. You're buying some 1750 GGPI? No. Yeah, I kind of want to, but do I? That's a bit of a stretch. It's not like 16. Oh, bastard. As a poor stick up picking up extra shifts so that he isn't fiscally irresponsible this month playing this upcoming week. Think you could drop an at everyone if when we hit the EMA 60. It would help those who are in and out of the stream. Thank you regardless of your answers. Hugs. Oh yeah, absolutely, Pickle Morty. I'll try to do that. What's going on with fucking Prague? Is it ever gonna break $3.30? I kind of want to look for another entry on this. Oh, nice one, Mil. So you're fucking crushing it then. How can I deploy $100 risk free and exercise a few hundred shares of GMA? Yeah, that's not happening. I guess $100 all in on the morning of or the afternoon of the 22nd, hoping they don't run on Monday at like 250, whatever the cheapest out of the money strike that's reasonable is, and then hope you turn that into something. Ugh. Or just don't. The better option. Oh, thanks, Blazin' Benizzle. I appreciate that, man. Buy $100 worth of lottery tickets and hope you get rich. I mean, that'd be fucking nuts, though, right? Like, if you like 30 extra $100. Can you zoom out so I can see the dates you have highlighted for the next run ups? And the next expected one is November 24th, 23rd, 24th. Hold on. I want to see what happens with this because Ivy's spiking crazy hard. Should I buy more? I don't even know. And somebody calls it 1560 because I read the order book and saw the stock was consolidating to test 16. Am I trading now? You might be. I got stopped out. Bullshit. But I bought more 17s on the dip, so it's cool. Cat and me were supposed to fund my GME weeklies by now. I mean, I'm up, but I wanted more. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, that's what I'm using on this run is the capital from the cat play. Prague breaking 330? That seems significant. Hey, look at it go. It's doing the thing. After completely failing that wedge. So bounce there. Doesn't look terrible. Volume's a bit low. Why is their free float so big? Some people just don't know how to pack value into their companies. Give me more upside. Citigroup changed their price target on me to 12 from 13 for seemingly no reason. Wondering if someone is looking to justify 1250 puts to drive the price down this week. Thoughts? To 12 from 13. Yeah, could be. What's me looking like? And this is generally like a good entry on this. Their earnings were solid. There's no reason for their price target to be down. So, I mean, like for the last few weeks, these dips below 12 have been great entries for a nice upside. It doesn't look. I don't see a change in that. These lows are lower, or these lows are higher. So, I think it looks good to break out of this kind of accumulation that it's in, regardless of some fucking analyst price target, which yeah, I'm generally skeptical of anyway. Does this seem like a decent entry point to someone who has no exposure to cat, hypothetically? Yeah, I think this kind of resistance level here around 208 has been pretty strong for a couple weeks. There's some more support a little lower. I think it's like down here at 207.50 actually. I don't know why this has moved, but this range between like 207.50 and 208.50 has provided a lot of support recently. Cat still looks very good for a move to the upside. Make sure if you're interested in cat that you remember that it needs a lot of time to move effectively. GPI fucking me? Don't fuck me. Go back up, you bitch. Looks like 1590 is pretty strong. Togu's price target change seemed curious to me. Sorry if you answered already. Were you surprised with today's price actions? Do you think we'd drop this week? No, I mean, I knew we had exposure. I didn't think we'd have this much. Like we did close right at max pain. So I knew there'd be a bit, but a drive up to 211. I mean, this could just be because illiquidity. So we're seeing, far better price action on far less volume. But I mean, it's definitely a good sign. This happened the past two cycles too. Yeah, I know. If you go back to August on GME and look, like we ran a little bit and then dropped 3 days into the next Monday. Volatility picks up as we approach the end of these, right? SPY dropped $1 in a candle. Really? Damn. That's rough. Today's the 15th was the monthly DRS buy. That could have been included in it as well, Piga. Although I'm pretty sure Computer Share buys GameStop shares every day. I don't think GameStop has a. That's dependent on what company you buy through Computer Share. Some of them have daily, weekly, monthly purchase dates. SPY's gone. I don't know about that. It was like Biden not signing the infrastructure bill or something. Might be a good re-entry. Spotify. Maybe I should have sold my 186s this morning, or my 180s this morning when I hit 186. So, be surprised. Considering paper handing my membership, I feel the Discord has degraded and it's not what I originally signed up for. Really? No Pickles picks. I mean, I did the Pickles picks on the members only stream. No real talk of thesis. Well, I don't know why. Just degen, gambling, and rambling. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Chili holding pickle holding. What's SPY doing? It dropped. I mean, customer have various indicator source settings. What does it mean? High low close divided by 3, high low close divided by 2, or open high low close by 4? It's just various smoothings of the high low or open high low and close. So it's just price smoothing across the range of dates. Doesn't Beno's channel is Jimmy, so I want to mention that. Is it better for low capital options plays or by single near the money or far out of the money weekly strikes? I mean, that's just a risk assessment, nanotechy. So has GGPI died? I don't think so. I think we're seeing some of the effect from the SPY sell-off. SPY's turning around though. This should too. This definitely needed to consolidate a little bit. So, I'm not super concerned. I'm watching the EMA 60 for a bounce. Gherkin is no longer transparent. This means we're further away from MOASS. I ran a linear regression model, and the higher prices, the more transparent MOASS off. That's just not accurate. Chili Holdland Pickle. Which one do you use and why? High-low close is nice. It's just, it doesn't matter. You're going to see a very small difference, Stefan. It depends on how much smoothing you want. Is there a lot of volatility? Is there not a lot of volatility? If there is, you want more smoothing. If there isn't, you can use less. Will your DD include all of the dates you were looking at? December confused me some, and what to do with Feb if they roll in December. Yeah. JP Newsom, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and nothing will happen. But I appreciate the membership.
Welcome to Cornichon.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Can we practice using GGPI by drawing wedges for the bull flags where we put our sell limits? I think Spurt was a better example of this, but yeah, you could. The volume it's okay. So, you know, you have these. If you place that at like low volatility or the highest amount of downward volatility, this one you probably would have gotten filled on. I guess if you waited for that, then you wouldn't have, but this one's not great. This would have been here, and it broke to the upside. This one would have gotten filled because it continued to break down. We have one forming now. The volatility there. Only for a while. I finally decided to pay you since I added some Jan Feb 210s this morning. That's awesome, man. Good for you. 25K buy order at 1537. Oh, yeah. I bought my first option today. 1 call contract, 3 trend strike. I think I said that correctly. Yeah. For the week of 11/26. I know it's not exactly when we mentioned playing, but next week. But it's a bit far out of the money. You're gonna have to watch it very closely to take profits from it. Be careful with that. It's a risky position. What indicates a stock is just consolidating compared to a sell-off? Decreased volume. Sell-offs increase in volume. So during a period of consolidation, volume should decrease. Sanjeet, good day to Pickler. Hope all is going well. I was ill, but now recovered. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear you're feeling better. We missed the show and the Pickle friends. Thanks for the great efforts. Going together, best regards. Sanjeet from New Delhi. Sanjeet, best regards to you, my friend. And thank you so much for coming back after your unexpected illness.
Sanjeet's in the house, Sanjeet from New Delhi. When GameStop moves, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickles channel because their profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking, just to see what Chef Gherkin's got cooking. For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjeet's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
All right, gunpowder ready for 19, 22, 23. Question 1, your opinion only. GME 121, 950. 2 to 3 friends with extra powder have this call. Sell it to close on the 24th if it runs, reposition. Probably, yeah. Just capitalize on the spike in IV. Roll it down out to 218, 225. You could if you could roll it to a lower strike out on 218 if you profit on the IV spike and then buy in on low IV. Sell now, get near the money weekly is 19, 22, 23. That's a risk assessment that you have to make. I can't make that for you. That's do you want to move from a low risk position into a higher risk position? I would like to listen to the full version of the Not a Cult song. Where can I find it? I don't know. Maybe like Ben D. Schaff's Spotify? I stop, drop, breakdance when I hear the Sanjeet song. I'm naming my kids Sanjeet. All of them? I think the guy wanted to paper hand his membership is my fault. I've been slacking on whale teeth memes, and that was a very important aspect for some people, I think. Sorry, Gurk. It's okay, Peanuts. Just pick it up, you know? I know we'd had some whale teeth ideas that we discussed, and I think seeing those come to fruition would be extremely bullish. GME sandwich formation between the EMA 3060. Let's look at this. Okay, first of all, we haven't even dropped to the 30 on the daily. If you're talking about the 1 minute, the price is just falling. This is not like bullish at all. I think it's going to continue to trend down, at least a VWAP. Unless we get another like unexpected surge of buy volume from somewhere. Like the current trend doesn't look great. I feel like I was doing something important. Now I don't remember what it was. Do you have a GeoCities page? Are they starting up again with the in the money puts? That's a good question. I should check that. Let's see. No. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they're coming in. Yeah. We're seeing 215s spike, 200s, 190s. Interesting. Big interest picking up on the put side now. I should make a note of that on Reddit probably. Trying to pick up 500 more shares this week. What strike to sell puts at? You want? Oh, you want to do? You want to buy in with cash secure puts? Is that what you're saying? The Mr. Kelly 55. Prague at 3,420. Oh, cool. It's moving up a little bit. I like it. Double bottom here. Historically, any price lower than 196 down to 162.50 is a great entry on GME. The Mr. Kelly. So if you're looking at cash secure puts, with the likelihood of being able to use them to buy in, strikes in that range are solid. I'm gonna watch GPI. Looks like a head and shoulders for me. No, it's a double bottom. I mean, after that failed test at 1650, but I think a lot of that had to do with market action. Yeah, I see Prague's moving to 1350. Nostradamus, thank you so much for becoming Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate the upgrade. If you want, you can link your Discord and YouTube over on the Discord. Just it'll add the tag for Long Johnson. How did I make Master cry? But he was just talking to me. There was no animosity. That I know of. Yeah. No animosity. I sent him a message telling him that, you know, that indicator was incomplete and designed for GameStop, not other stocks. I think presenting it as an indicator of other stocks movement could present like a lot of risk to retail investors. But he got right back in touch with me this morning. Said not a problem, that he would remove the indicator, and maybe we'll do like a co-stream to discuss the theory more accurately. Of billions in unrealized gains. Nice. Do you use WeBull for options? I do. Is a clearinghouse as much of a concern for options as for shares? It's different. So cute when you're super bullying other streamers. I am not. What the fuck? Can we please split screen? I mean, GameStop's just coming down, right? Maybe it breaks a little. Doesn't look great. Yeah, I'll split it. I need the other split. There we go. Yeah, the stock has enough volume. I can use regular candles. Ooh, this looks good. Double bottom bounce. I use a different email on YouTube versus Discord, so what should I do? Oh, that's tricky. I would say create another Discord account with the same email. I think you can link them anyway. I'm not sure though. Like I don't think using a different email should matter, does it? Because you're just linking your YouTube to your Discord account. So even if there are different emails, it should still work. I watched your stream for 8 months, almost every day. I watched all the clips with a 45-minute explanation with Houston. Definitely solidified knowledge of the play. What's your guess for how high GGPI can run? I think maybe just past 1750 looks solid. Prague maintaining its bullish trend. Me still coming down. Jimmy's just not trading any fucking volume. Most of the debt we accrued along the way. Do you put any value on that RC gag order ending on Tuesday as an unexpected catalyst for this exposure window, i.e. LRC market announcement? It could be. I mean, if they... If they announce something leading into this exposure date, like obviously like that would just exacerbate any expected price action, right? What puts me, if it's, especially if it's something significant and bullish, what puts me a good play on GGPI at this point? I don't think so. I think it's got room to run based on its option chain. I think there's a pretty solid gamma ramp. Kirk hasn't been streaming for 8 months. Started in May, I think. Yeah, I think so too. It's been like almost 7. There's some solid OI at 20 for GGPI. Yeah, there's a lot of open interest on the call chain, and it's super call heavy. Jimmy said this morning on Twitter he slept and will endeavor to put it right. Awesome. That's good to hear. I will be in touch with Jamie. Any thoughts on where Tesla might find support? 950 historically can be pretty strong. What's it looking like? It looks like it bounced off that longer term trend. So yeah, 880 was where I was predicting support when Carl was asking me about this. Was I streaming in April? Okay, maybe I was. Jesus Christ. It has almost been 8 months. Sell wall at 16 seems very large. It could be. There's also a massive gap to fill to the downside, but the pressure is there. I mean, the sell wall at 16 is not that significant. 16-15, a little bit. I mean, with the kind of turnover this is experiencing today, though, it's not a super crazy sell wall. What was life like before streaming, Jimmy? Did you go out more, sleep more? Pretty much the same. I traded more stocks, but everything else is pretty much the same. Mo Money's a data scientist, yo. Good to know, Stefan Urkel. April 26th was my first stream. That's crazy to me that I've been doing this long. Can you please any good entry on LRC? I mean, currently it looks like anything below 3 is pretty nice. It keeps bouncing around like 280-ish. I mean, the floor is getting a little higher, but yeah, below 3 looks like a good entry. Sending warm greetings to Pigeon Whale members and our king, His Highness King Carl. Please stop selling CC's Moonwind. You can't stop Moonwind from selling covered calls. It's not possible. Jen will travel the world. Thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll show you how to make your account. Resistance ultra thin. Big support. Yeah. Holy fuck. Turd, if this fucking turns around, I'm gonna love you. Has he ever been employed with that title? Who knows? We started streaming. How long did you think the GME squeeze would take? How long do you think GME would take to squeeze? I thought we were gonna squeeze in June. I still think we could have if there wasn't a fucking share offering. We would have rebalanced those ETFs to the upside. That share offering ruined all my hopes and dreams around the June run up. June also has a ETF leap exposure date, but unfortunately, 5 million shares dumped at market provided enough liquidity to diffuse that. It was still our only 3. If you look back, it's funny. In June, the ETF leap date, even in the middle of all of that fucking share offering and ETF rebalancing, like were our only 3 like up days. And June ETF leaps don't usually carry the same amount of open interest. But yeah, even with the share offering, they still presented a bit of upside. What did you do again? I am fucking stoked for this breakout. Your brief dance party noises are way louder than your voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had those like lined up better, but maybe not. I'll turn them down a touch. Keep up the amazing work. You're a legend. Thank you, Tyranzik. I appreciate that, man. Oops, I did it again. You son of a bitch, Moonwind. Now, like, I want to buy GME options, but I also wanted to just rip so Moonwind gets assigned. Maybe share offering was done because people had not discovered DRS yet. What? Why would they offer shares because people hadn't discovered DRS? That doesn't make any sense. They offered shares to get money. No, everything was paid off. They were raising money to turn the company around. What it would mean if it doesn't occur. If the November 23rd, 24th run doesn't happen, that would mean that there was no exposure on the ETFs for this quarter, which is highly unlikely. When is your birthday? Soon. Very soon. Jimmy raised money to buy the Wu-Tang album. Ascending channel wedge on GGPI. It's breaking out now above the previous resistance. It's starting to pick up an uptrend. It looks good. It's got a little bit more of a sell wall to push through, but buy side is strong. I'm afraid to go on Superstock today and read 50 DDs about RC's small wee wee. You don't have to read them. You know that, right? Not tomorrow, Darth Dan, but soon. Thoughts on Microsoft dividend? Cool. I don't think Microsoft's carrying around a lot of short interests. My birthday is also soon. I bet we share the same birthday. I mean, we could, Ben, if you just all you have to do is say it's your birthday on my birthday, and then we share our birthday, right? Finally coming back from that depressing dumpster dive. Maybe. It looks like it found a bit of a bottom. What's fucking Prague doing? Go back up, you piece of shit. GameStop just still coming down. Is the 19th your birthday? Maybe RC's just trying to make a positive statement to men that the strength of your character is not judged by the size of your wee wee. um 300 calls are losing roughly 125 per week in theta if the price stays flat. Makes sense to buy our long dated calls first. I'm buying my long dated calls at the same time I'm buying my weeklies. was cool catching the first hot tub yesterday. That's awesome, Spirit Panda. Sorry, guys that are billionaires. If you missed the hot tub stream yesterday, the Pickles picks are kind of in there. I've been, as you all know, super crazy busy with moving and trying to buy furniture and get settled into the new house while simultaneously writing extensive DD, and so it's been a bit hectic. But I did try to cover some of the stocks we're looking at for this week, and kind of went through a bit of that process with people who are interested in that. So I do suggest you check out that members only stream. If you can't find it in the community tab here on the YouTube, it is in the announcements channel over on the Discord. Will the new DD be ready before Friday? I'm trying to finish it now. There's a couple hiccups. I want to use some other people's data and make sure I credit them properly. And I want to make sure that I don't make it overly confusing, because there's a lot to unpack. I don't want excuses. I just want MOASS. Fuck you, Matthew Hodge. Can you check Rivian and see how hard do you think it's going to be shorted when it's available? Is shorting not available? Or do you just mean options? Options will present a lot of... was it RIVN? It's still running. 129 billion market cap. It's perfectly reasonable. I don't know what people are worried about. It's still pushing up, but no options available on it yet. We'll see. All right, it's Amazon, right? So people are just gonna be bullish on it. GameStop already back at 206.64. FTD data today, yeah. It assumes RC's tweets have any relevance to anything. I don't know. I don't know why people consider RC's tweets to be some sort of predictor of price action. Historically, they've not been. So, I mean, there's like a couple of points where it lines up, but there's really no apparent correlation. Ko-Fi. I really gotta wear my headphones. Sorry, guys. So birthday Wednesday, the Dans will do something special for you. Praise be to the Lady View up. Thank you, Darth Dan. I will let everyone know when it's my birthday. Mikey, thanks. Ray, January 21st, 2020, 950. Sounds like grab IV spike on the 24th, reposition, roll down, strike as best as possible. I understand November is 21st target, November 26 calls, Jan Feb monthlies, or 1 week past the monthlies. A little 250K a month. Epic Supreme Pontiff. I'm rooting for you. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think if I had a bunch of 950s, I would try to just get out on an IV spike. I mean, that's really why you buy 950s, right? Is you want you want to buy them when IV's low, sell them when IV spikes. So yeah, works out. Linixis posted a 2-part DD that's basically what you've been talking about on stream for the past 4 weeks. I mean, I know him. I don't think he's like trying to steal my DD. Is there some difference, or is he just reiterating it? I don't have a chance to check it out right now. Yeah, Linixis he's been on kind of a different cycle theory than me, but I think we've spoken over on the Discord a few times. He's in a Discord with me. We've kind of discussed, he was kind of on the SLD side of price action. I was more on the ETF futures side. So maybe he's coming around. I mean, expect that, guys. Like, as more and more people become aware of like my theory, yeah, and I'm sure he would give credit where it's due. Absolutely. I've even mentioned him in my DDs before, as I think that the SLD cycle could lend some additional volatility to the cycles I've outlined. Testing trading to view VWAP yearly time frame shows massive price discrepancies between longer intervals, 30 minutes or higher, versus lower intervals of over $20 on GME. Any idea why? Because people sell, people buy. I'm not really sure what you're describing either, Stefan. You'd have to show me. I want to make a grilled cheese with some bacon. Want one? I'm all right. Thanks, Carl. Just to check my thinking, is beginning to understand more about options. Is delta representative of IV? The closer to the 0, the better. What's the maximum? Just to check my thinking, is beginning to understand more about options. Is delta representative of IV? I.e., the closer to 0, the better. What's the maximum? The maximum delta is 1.0. Delta is your intrinsic value. So it's more representative of how close to the money or in the money you are. If you believe the possibility of MOASS, how do you not drop 250 on Jan 950 Cs? I mean, I don't think MOASS happens on 9/21. That's why, JP. I think MOASS occurs slightly after, if it occurs. Any thoughts on RC's backwards tweet? No. Did you type backwards as in like, was that a pun on backwards? Or did you just misspell backwards? Because one of those is genius, and the other isn't, and I want to know. You're in the most recent hype video on SS at 59 seconds. You're a legend now. I don't know about being a legend, but maybe fewer people will call me a shill or send me like obscure death threats today. I've had a few people message me recently that like obviously really hate me and want me to die, but they're not just outright saying it, which is less ballsy than my previous death threats. You think highly of chat if you think anything is purposefully smart. VWAPopotamus is still one of my favorite names on here. I mean, Delta affects IV, and it's like how much the price is expected to move for like every dollar of change in the underlying security or index, right? So Delta does correlate with IV. Maybe I'm just confused by the question. Have you thought about showing us those threats but have the username blocked off? I usually just delete and report them. I guess I could save some for like a fun dime. I've shared a few of them in the past. Imagine being so frustrated by the idea of options that you send somebody like a poorly worded death threat. Like, how many people on Superstonk are actually in high school? Infrastructure bill signed today, 3 p.m. South Lawn. Fuck yeah. Let's go, cat. What's the strangest one you've gotten? Oh, I put it in one of my DDs one time. It was weird. It was very like hyper religious, but also like it seemed like they were a fan of the stream. It was strange. Do you doubt MOASS to some degree? You said if, and I can't remember you ever saying that before. I've said I've said if MOASS basically every time. I've never said when MOASS. While I think that MOASS is highly probable, there is of course a chance that it doesn't happen. Nothing's 100%. And I've said that before too, Blueberry. Is it because I emphasized if? Is that what got you? Sorry about that. It's okay, Popcorn Trader. I understand you were in a moment of confusion, and it might have been God Pill. It sounded like God Pill. Give you a breakdown of the greater wedge. I don't know. I think the big wedge looks good. I think we're seeing some like just intraday sluggishness. I love how the hype video ends with Girk talking about how hedge funds could have predicted thousands of retail investors. That's dope. Look at me generating hype, which I feel like is the opposite of what I do, and somehow, how dare you not speak in absolutes when addressing the unknown? He's referring to when you just said if it happens in January. You weren't saying if it ever happens. However, you have conceded that squeezes are low probability events, generally speaking. Yeah, generally speaking, squeezes are low probability events. I think GameStop obviously has a much higher probability for a short squeeze than any other stock that I'm currently tracking. But yeah, I do think like end of January, early Feb presents the strongest window for a short squeeze. Like that period between ETF exposure and ETF FTD failure, especially if a significant chunk of open interest is held past that date. Link to the hype video? I don't know. I didn't make it. Oh shit! It broke down. I need to get out. Run. Oh, you better fill, you bitch. Wait, is it gonna bounce? Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna chase this all the way to the ground. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. You have those really rare moments when you get really fired up. Has anyone mentioned having WeBull issues since the latest update? No. Although I probably forgot to update it again, as I usually do. Please give me your thoughts on loop ring. I probably missed your thoughts. I cover them pretty extensively. Okay, fuck this. I cover them pretty extensively, Ona, in the members only video from yesterday. Hold on. I'm getting burned super hard on these. No, I'm gonna lose all my profits. There we go. I got out. Fucking son of a bitch. All right. Yeah, watch like the last hour of the members only video. You can just fast forward to the part where I still have like LRC on the screen, or it's like the next one up. But I go over the chart. I go over my thoughts on it. I mean, I think it has potential, but it's like any crypto. You're gonna have to hold it a while. It's only been a couple weeks that most people have been in it. Relax. Oh, you son of a bitch! Don't you do it? You keep going down, fucker. What's this fucking thing doing? If you say you lose faith in AMC and Jimmy is the real play. I think Houston Pi-Fi collab is eye-opening for people who had a grain of common sense. Well, thank you, Trash Dan. Could we run harder this November v August due to no share offering, or is that not relevant? No, that's super relevant. This quarter looks like way more promising. Like look at our fucking price action this quarter compared to last, right? If we look at our downward price movement, like we've spent far more time up, right? Like this was just fucking straight down, like throughout the whole quarter into the exposure date, right? But here, we're like flat, even up, like over this low resistance. So like our exposure this quarter should be much better. Don't say that. I don't want to buy back in now. It's gonna fuck me again. I'll buy 15s. There. I gotta make my fucking money back. It's bullshit. Which brokerage is best for using options? I like WeBull, IBKR, TDA, Schwab. These are in order. Fidelity. Those are probably my favorite. A lot of people like Tasty Trade. It's cool. I don't hate it. You Anonymous. Listen to me, pickle bitch. I watch the channel every day, ask questions, and learn good. But you don't press the mouse button when I say. Why don't you press the button when I ask? Your location is known by me. Start the mouse now, or suffrage the consequences. Not threat. This is real promise. Nah. Let me keep my fucking mouse button safely tucked away until it's ready. I'm not pressing that button again until it is time. Fuck you, random anonymous user. With your threats. Come at me, bro. How's that for most of the day? Did I miss any good stuff? Are we as individual investors with common sense still looking at purchasing options on Friday or next week, Monday? I am. I don't know what you're doing. Where do you keep the mouse button when you're not using it? Asking for a friend. How many cats will you own post MOASS? I don't know. More than one. I'm really not enjoying this volatility. If you keep averaging down on me, it looks like you're losing less money per contract. I mean, you are technically. What is Cat gonna run to today? I have no idea. It's coming up, right? It's looking a little better. I'm not even watching it. Yeah, let's see if it fucking breaks back above VWAP. Realistically, the stock should just fucking moon. Like, last year's November. Yeah, I've talked about this extensively. Bird Bear. First of all, Ryan Cohen didn't complete his buy-in until December. But we did move up a decent chunk on the exposure date. But what happened was that drove a lot of weeklies into the money. And so what you're seeing there is the following week, you're seeing the exposure from those weeklies being driven into the money by the ETF exposure. After RC's second buy-in, we start to see the exposure pick up significantly, right? The pressure really cranks up a notch, and the magnitude of the exposure dates becomes far more apparent. But if you go look, like, we were up on the exposure date, volume was up on the exposure date. Like, all the things that we would expect to happen on that date happened. But there was also a lot more liquidity in the stock back then. So during these exposure dates, when they're out hunting for shares in order to hedge, if they have a lot of shares available to them, then they can minimize that exposure. If they do not, and there's a lot of illiquidity, which there pretty much has been since RC's buy-in, then you see them having to cover at market a lot more. Have you ever known people who've got PTSD from trading? Sort of. I've seen people who like plateau and like go through weird psychological shit involving trading. I think that comes from the idea that I feel like that's something brought on by not realizing that trading is reduction in risk exposure and not just profits. So trading, for me at least, or the way I think about it, is that just, trading is all about losing as little money as possible in the quest for making a lot of money. Um, and like the times when you make money, that's great, but you just have to make sure that you don't lose your ass on like plays that move against you, right? So like I think most people are always trying to chase like the gains so hard that they forget to protect their risk. Obfuscate. Tell that to Moonwind. He knows. So we're at 200 end of week. Do you see a test of 250? I think a test of 250 is far more likely if we move into that exposure at 200. There's the ASMR I subbed for. Very good, Clifton. Clifton Webster's unabridged. Tartarin. I'm really hoping Spy Rips on the signing day today too. That'd be cool. I averaged out my me weeklies to 0.31. Tell me I'll break even, Gherk. Why are you buying weeklies on me? This is not the way. Me doesn't move quick. It could take days for it to like see 1350 again. Is it risky to buy 1126 options close to the end of the day on the 19th? That's probably when I'll be buying them. I hope it's not super risky. Will Cat single-handedly bring the SPY back up? No. Cat's more heavily weighted on the Dow. Is it even in the S&P 500? I think it is, but it's like one of the largest stocks in the Dow. Will volatility go down anytime this week? It is going down. Volatility has been dropping off a little bit this whole time. It's slow on further dated contracts, though. Volatility doesn't drop off as fast. First time option buyer here. Is there a risk to not being sell November 26, 250 calls that go in the money on the 24th? Is there a risk to not being able to sell them? Don't want to exercise. I don't think so. I don't think you're going to have an issue with liquidity on those contracts, especially if GameStop runs hard, right? You can always sell it to somebody who wants to FOMO in. Like there'll always be someone, especially if they go into the money. Linux posted superb GD, 2 thumbs up. Awesome. I'm in the stock market, so I can leave this world of knowing I have taken care of 2 boys, just hoping for MOASS before I die. That's depressing, Ona, but I wish you the best. I really hope like that's realized for you. How far out of the money for 26 will be too far out of the money, in your opinion? I think anything past 250 is super risky and just like a speculative like lottery ticket. I think up to 250 has a shot. After that, yeah, you're just gambling. Not that I'm not going to be gambling on that date. I'm just saying that like it's a gamble. The odds are not in your favor. How many pigeon wheels in a day would make you willing to clip a 10-minute ASMR stream? If not enough. I hope cat call is cat because I have some. Nice, Charles Payne. During the MOASS, can someone buy our contracts? Yeah. I mean, if the stock is hitting like $1 million and you have a contract that allows you to buy 100 shares at $200, like someone's going to want that fucking contract, right? It's just that with the IV, it can be priced exponentially higher than its intrinsic value. And so you may have to sell that contract for cheaper, but it doesn't mean you'll be unable to sell it. And by cheaper, I don't mean like sell it for $200. I mean, you'll just have to sell it for a little less than its IV has spiked it up to. There'll be a bid. If you sell at the bid, your order just fills, right? Like if there's no bid, you know, sell low and hope someone picks it up. I hope Prague above 350. Is it? Ooh, look at it go. It's just chugging away. I don't like how this looks at all. What'd you do to me, turd? Tell me this is going to turn around. Show me cool data. AMC level 2 showing bid ass batches of 100 consistently. Okay. It should. I would hope that batches would be at 100 on a stock as liquid as AMC. I mean, GME's batches are at like, or GME's batches are, there's some 100 batches. That's just like algorithmic price suppression, right? Like they put in limit sells and limit buys in order to prevent the stock from moving very quickly and becoming too volatile. If the stock picks up volatility, they increase the order sizes in order to suppress movement. It's not very complicated. If there's buys to the or sells to the upside, right? Like the price has a harder time climbing above. Same with buys to the downside. And so if you want to keep a stock relatively flat, you pack the order book. It's not illegal. It's perfectly normal. It happens on every stock. Now that it's going up, my contracts are happy. Congratulations, Carl. I'm so happy for you. I hope you get really rich on NVIDIA. I'm in the middle of trying to chase my losses on GGPI, so does that mean people should have options contracts and at least one share in each brokerage to allow you to sell a share if the price rips astronomically so you can exercise to gain capital? Not a bad idea. I don't even hate that. Decent, Mega Mall. Decent. One share options hedge. Can we hit? I would probably have like 10 per contract if that was my plan, but to each their own. Could we hit 250 because of Gex on 11/24 if we close at 200 this week? Yeah, it's possible. I think a test of 250 if we're above 200 at close of this week is more likely, or at least there's a better odds. But in your exit DD, the triangles have lower lows, lower highs that look like they'd extend below the wicks. Help. Well, you have both types depending on how they play out. You can have a descending pennant. You can have an ascending pennant. You could have, a consolidating pennant or wedge. The spurt video is just to show people how to appropriately use stop limits. But the type of wedge you're going to experience or pennant you're going to experience during MOASS is variable. So your DD is more or less in line with you Linixis. I think his is more or less in line with mine. But we'll see. I haven't read it yet. I just watched you, Houston Wade. I thought you were great. You shared your knowledge on stocks. You were truly very intelligent. You sure impressed me. Thank you, Ona. I appreciate that. What's a good indicator that a stock will run in after hours? There's no real indicator for that. It's just if volume comes in a low liquidity environment, it can cause the stock to run really hard. There's no way to predict that in advance. Well, both EMAs. I mean, I guess you could like closing RSI, sort of. I don't like it, but you could, like, if RSI is on an uptick into close, you may see more movement, but like RSI closes higher than open is another way to do that. But I don't think either of those are very accurate. Oh, off. The stock hates me. That's it. There goes all my extra monies I made on this bullshit today. Why? It's okay. Cat's gonna rip. So would you specifically you wait for a few lower lows before setting a stop limit? I know this is specific, just comparing those differences. I'd wait for some lows to play out before setting my limit, or well, no, I wouldn't. I would have a low, like I would have my limit offset by a greater percentage, like 5% down from the current trading price, until I determined where the low volatility was spiking, and then I would raise my limit up to that low volatility. So I'd have a sell on the books, right? Like a limit sell, but I would move it up as the volatility plays out and I was more assured, but I'd have one to catch if the price just tanked. I skipped your question. What'd you ask me, Jeff the Privileged? Oh, I wasn't even up to that yet, was I? You said in your vid that MOASS will be driven by short hedge covering synthetic shares, and after that is covered, nobody will be buying your shares. No, I didn't say that. What about the real shares that are short? I said that the price action in MOASS will likely... God damn. Okay, this needs a bounce. Is it going to return all the way to mean? Yeah, I've got 15s. I can just hold them, right? The loss isn't that staggering. The price action to the peaks is driven by covering of synthetic shares. The price action in the peaks is the covering of real shares. Likely. So obviously some real shares will be released on the way up, but yeah, the real shares will be covered at the peak. Like, they have to get the float down to 100% short first. Because I'll sell this one share and get 100 shares to write up MOASS. So just specifically, blah, blah, blah. I read that. When trade spotting, supposedly he said something about it today. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll let you guys know. Don't worry. I'm not going to like do the stream and not tell anybody. If I sell a share at 10 million while we're still running up, am I a shill? No, I don't think so. GGPI, oof. Yeah, big short attack. Yeah, yeah, I see that turd. That's why I dropped back to the 15 strike. Like, it ate up my profits from earlier, but I think the 15 strike's a better place to be. If stock price is massively over your strike, where can you sell to exercise to get shares plus leftover intrinsic. Wouldn't you miss that extra money selling shares just to exercise? If the stock price is, oh, wait, hold on. If the stock price is massively over your strike where you can sell to exercise to just get shares plus leftover intrinsic, would you miss that extra money selling shares just to exercise? Yeah. But that's only if sell to exercise is available to you, or if you have multiple contracts. Like, that's why I prefer having just more than one contract, obviously, because I can capture, you know, a chunk of that IV as well as exercise. Yeah, I think I ate yesterday. I ate something yesterday. Some people have a problem hearing exactly what you do say. I know. Sorry, I was leaning away from the mic. Breeze 13F just came out. He basically sold off almost everything. He's sitting on 100 million more cash than last quarter. Nice. Looks like he doesn't want people to know what he's getting into. I used to think trading was easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now I know it's difficult. Difficult lemon difficult. Do you think trailing stop or manually updated limit sell below the bid during the run? I don't like trailing stops because of volatility can spike and you'll get, like, trailing stops don't drop when the price does, right? So like your trailing stop comes up with you, right? And then if the price moves past that and comes back down before moving up again, you're gonna get stopped out. If you're very comfortable with the profits you've made, then a trailing stop is fine. Otherwise, I'm not a fan of them. Do you think trailing? It's a good strat. It is a way. It's a safer way. It's an easier way. I will say that it's definitely easier. But you can leave money on the table that way. So it's not my favorite. I'm up 0.95% of my NVIDIA contracts. Congrats, Carl. You're a trader. Why won't Prague break 350? What is wrong with this stock? You said it in here before, but buying 2 contracts works out well for me if something runs. Sell one, get your capital out, and let the next one ride. Yeah, that's another thing I enjoy about having multiple contracts at the same strike. What about just following behind the bid manually? Yeah, that's usually what I do, Dr. Drake. Yeah, traditionally the peak is very short. But I do prefer to follow manually. He blows up other short hedge funds and he doesn't want to be blamed for MOASS. Maybe. I'm just here praying. God, my throat's dry. Yeah, this triangle on GME is not bullish. So I don't think you're gonna like the breakout. During Billionaire stream, I noticed that you went lean on the indicators. You still had EMA 120, 160. So I assume you think these are very important. Why do you like 160, 120 specifically? They cover the previous quarter, Stefan. Previous, well, quarter and a half. I like 90 too. Remember, you can adjust those to the equity you're looking at. They're not like fixed. You can use them variably. You can use them. You can use them as a fixed indicator, but you can also adjust them. Some stocks will respect certain EMAs more than others. Like if you need something faster for a stock that's, running a lot, or something slower for something that's, less volatile, they're variable. I do not like I don't I'll use 50, 100, 200 for moving average without the weighting, but for EMAs I prefer to use calendar dating. So 15, or like 5, 15, 30, 60, 90, 120, 160, 180. We're up on 23, 24. If we drop after the 27th, they failed the roll and we won't see price actions. Well, we need a few days, Bastiono, but yeah, we're after December 1st, we're looking December 1st, not the 27th. After December 1st, we'll be looking for an increase in volume and price. That will begin to indicate a possible roll. If we see the price decline after that settlement window and volume drop off rapidly, then we'll probably be looking at a fail. That seems to be the inflection point that decides where we can start to determine if they're rolling or failing. This looks so good. Why won't it? Matterport's running. I mean, you're saying this, but it's just like chasing at this point, right? It's already basically at its all-time high. Can we get some rad pickle doodles poking the chart with a stick and some roided out livestock? Thanks. I'll give you both. Except I kind of don't want GME's price to go up today, so I don't understand why I would draw pickles. I want GME's price to go up on the day I want GME's price to go up. Does the options show like people have caught on to 1124? Let's check it out. That's not the right chart. No. It looks like nobody fucking has a clue. Or they're playing it safe. It doesn't even look like it's being played safely. Just so no one knows. I mean, the only thing I'd be selling shares on the way up during a short squeeze for would be to exercise call options. So I'd just be getting more shares. Jeff. I think the first thing you need to do when you read a post on SS is ask yourself, is this complete bullshit? If then you don't think it's complete bullshit, you think it has some validity, think why. And then if you're assured of it being a fact or relevant information, ask me about it. And I'll most likely tell you it's complete bullshit. I mean, you'll sell it like it's not like or if you sell at market, you're gonna get a fill at like pennies, right? Like there's gonna be volatility, but the volatility is still gonna be within a range. So yeah, I mean, like maybe it's trading at 10 million and you'll sell at 9 if you use a market order. Like they're not ideal. I don't think market orders are the way, but I mean, some people only have access to market orders, in which case they should likely sell on an uptick, not a downtick. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I mean, market orders not ideal for MOASS or a short squeeze, but you're definitely not going to like. It's not like you're going to sell at $800 if you put in a market order. You're just not going to get the best possible pricing, which is you're going to get market pricing. I covered that a bunch in my exit DD, Jeff the Privileged. I figured out why yearly view up is incorrect at smaller intervals at 15 minutes or less. The trading view longest possible look back can't look. Just use weighted if you want. If you want that. If you want to display it on like a longer term chart, Stefan. Like just wait VWAP further back. Every charting program has different variations with its time scales and fucking they're all full of bugs. I think the argument is that they would front run prices way below the MBBO. Like, I mean, if you sell at market order, you're still just gonna hit the bid, right? So, like, that's the lowest you're gonna sell. I mean, you'd have to like place the order and then the bid drops out completely for you to fill crazy low. The issue is the bid may not catch up with the price action quickly, right? So like if it gaps up and halts and then you put in a market order, you can maybe sell at the bid before the gap up. I mean, I'm not saying there's no risk involved in a market order, but you're not going to sell for like 1,000% less than the current trading price. It's just, I think people misunderstanding how orders work. What's my biggest disappointment of the day? Caterpillar? Not yet, but it's quickly becoming it. It seems silly that Cat would just rip upon Biden signing the bill. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Like, somehow him touching ink to that paper is going to cause the stock to go up. But I've seen weirder shit happen. I would expect him signing the bill would show significant improvement on Caterpillar over the next days or possibly weeks. But I'm prepared to roll Caterpillar out further. It's already made me a ton of money, so I don't mind playing it longer term. Selling November 26 options off should be done at market sell or limit sell. And 2, do we know yet what exactly happens when they fail a futures roll? They can't FTD futures. We do know what happens when they fail a futures roll. It's happened 3 times now. It's actually happened more often than them rolling the contracts. So it causes an FTD pileup, which causes an anomaly window, with beginning T plus 35 from the roll date, ending T plus. Technically, if you count ETF exposure, then it ends T plus 55 calendar days from the roll is when the finalization of all exposure plays out. So I think failing to roll gives them more time, which poses a different advantage. But rolling, prevents FTD pileups. If we get on the reg share threshold list, they can't short the stock. Creates kind of an issue for them. Interesting. If they fake drop the price to shake us out, how to handle? I mean, don't have your entire position up for sale at any given time, right? Like, if everyone's exiting small percentages and they try to shake retail out, they can only shake out a tiny percentage. If everyone just has like 100% of their shares up for sale, then yeah, you can get shaken out of your entire position. That's how you hedge against that. Is you just have very few shares up for sale at a time. Then if they try to shake you out, nothing happens. Don't panic, I guess. Yeah, I like Cat's current entry. I don't hate it. I'd probably be getting in later rather than sooner, but I like its current entry. Ooh. This looks like it's trying to do a little crisscross. I like it. Bullishness incoming. Caterpillar has made me negative $80. Congratulations. Getting ready for 1279. No. GME broke down and started consolidating into a slight uptrend. This is like probably just going to break down again. Is the FTD list out? I'm not sure. What causes reg share quicker, failing, or rolling? Failing. Failing absolutely causes large FTD pileups. We saw that with the ETF exposure that played out on November 3rd. We saw that with the GameStop exposure, that FTD exposure that played out on the 13th, the 21st, and the 26th. And we saw that FTD exposure first start T+2 from the roll date in September, or from the expiry date in September. I see a hype video on Supersonic. That's a couple of Pickles clips in it. Dope. Should you sell November 26 calls on the 26th or before? I mean, I plan to try to sell them on the spike, which I expect to play out on the 23rd or 24th, because that's when IV will be the highest, and thus the contracts values will be highest. even if they're in the money. Holding out to the 26 could be risky because the volume will probably drop off as it falls into those after the exposure date falls off. So the volume and volatility should come in on the day we run, whether it be the 23rd or the morning of the 24th. After that, like, we may see improved price action, but volume and volatility will likely fall off a bit. Would you consider posting an end of the day synopsis on Discord during MOASS? No. I will be gone when MOASS starts. I will not be around. I have to update Reddit real quick. One sec, guys. You can just look at the options chain. Learned about you through Houston. Thanks to the info. 500 to play with. I want to throw Jimmy. What would you do and when? I have a video that covers that. It's called Options for Poors. But be prepared to be burned. They are weeklies. I haven't been here. Why are we watching this other stack? This one? Oh, because I own some of it. I have some calls. That's why. I mean, I'd love to just watch Jimmy trade 1 million volume a day, but it gets kind of boring. But Jimmy's there too. How you know when MOASS starts? I know you said you'd be able to tell when short hedge funds are being liquidated. Does that just mean straight up and halts? Basically. Existential. Made my second options play this morning at open. $3 prog weekly. Ivy was huge. Gert, could you speak on how you'd play this position? I know you get out daily, but could be an all-week runner. I don't know. I'm dumb. I have 350s right now in prog. The uptrend looks like it's kind of holding. Or wait, this isn't prog. This is prog. Oh, that's prog. Wait, hold on. So the uptrend broke down a little bit, but it looks like it found some support here. We'll see if it closes up around like 1350. I'm not really super versed in how this stock runs overnight. It looks like it's seen some overnight drastic dips. I don't know. Maybe if it crosses that like 350 resistance before close, I'd hold it another day. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't. I wasn't here, that's why I asked. No problem, Sir David. Biden will sign the bill, so Cat should rock it. Play with what I thought was minimal risk before I rotate to Jamie calls, but it's not going as I imagined. mean, I think Caterpillar will realize more value as after, you know, the bill is passed. I think the market may be a little concerned with the wording of the bill, or if anything drastic has changed. But given that Caterpillar spent so much money lobbying, I would imagine that any changes made to the bill will probably be in their favor. Can you please suggest some pointers to adjusting EMAs to maximize the chart confluences? I respect close over wicks, or do you just like, do you like just wicks, etc.? I think the further or the longer wait, so the longer weighted time frames, I will respect the wicks a little more and more, but the shorter time frames I prefer to adhere to the body. Stefan. So the faster the EMA, so on the faster EMAs, I would prefer they adhere to body candle body support. And then the slower the EMA, the more I'll respect the wicks and the volatility spikes. I don't know if I can do the other one. It might just be the left. Nope, I can do the right too. You got it, man. Will cat metamorphosis to a beautiful butterfly? Would you recommend EpicPen? Fuck no. Market Watch article: GameStop stock pops thanks to Ryan Cohen's small wee wee. Nice. Let's not talk about market makers having to do Delta things. Let's just talk about Ryan Cohen's small wiener. It's got a tiny wiener, some little nuts. What was that from? Master of Disguise. Have you guys ever seen Master of Disguise? That fucking movie is phenomenal. I think it's made for children, but I'm not sure. Dana Carvey is the best. Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? The Tony Montana scene is epic. I agree. The things you passionately love and hate never cease to amaze me. Sorry if you addressed this, but have you seen the Lenixis DD? I haven't yet. I've heard good things. Did you ever watch the Dana Carvey show? Only lasted one season. Weird as fuck, but awesome. I haven't. I want to see it though. Do you believe that large holders such as yourself will actually hodl during the run up, or will they just sell the house to ensure a massive gain? I just have this feeling they will ruin it. I mean, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter who sells. There's enough share lockup that the price will. So if GameStop short squeezes, like actually short squeezes, not volatility squeeze, not a gamma squeeze, like an actual like short start closing positions short squeeze, it will realize whatever price point it could, it will realize its potential, regardless of who sells. You cannot satisfy 200% short interest, by being a big holder. So it shouldn't matter if big holder, but I intend to hold quite a lot all the way to the top. The only shares I think I would sell on the way up are to just exercise more calls. I want to sell in the peaks. I want to be as rich as Bezos, richer if I can. I'm going to marry his ex-wife and then divorce her for half her money. And then I'll have completed my transition. Fairly close to a time bottom. Nice. So far, I see 361K new GME shares and 11 new ETFs this month. Nice. So, well, yeah, the improved price should mean it's getting weighted more heavily. That should factor into this exposure that's coming in January, December to January, turd ferg. I think that higher weighting as the price climbs has a big effect on the amount of exposure we see. I'm transitioning into a billionaire, not anything else. Sorry. I don't mean to crush anybody's hopes and dreams. Bro, marry Kenny's ex-wife and get his kids to call you dad. That's the ultimate flex. There could be flaws in the plan. It's not well thought out. Sorry to burst your bubble. She married a science teacher, which means I'm pretty much next in line. All right, listen. I've perfected being the boyfriend in these situations. Okay, so I think I know how to handle myself. Thanks, Carlos Rio Cruz. Are these violent moves due to retail getting in? If retail never got in, would you see smaller price moves on said dates? Oh yeah, the holding of the floors absolutely exacerbates the underlying market mechanics that drive the price action. Your 2 shares are up 2K. Damn. That's some price improvement, right? If only I'd bought 2 more. I wonder if anybody wants to marry Kenneth Griffin so they can fuck him. Has anybody thought about that? I did. That's the ultimate flex. Emotionally and financially. Domi Dan. How's the DD coming along? I'm almost done with it. I'm just trying to edit it. I was working on it till 3 a.m. last night and I just had to fucking go to bed. I couldn't keep it up. I know it happens. I'm getting older. Well, there it is. The weirdest we ever gotten here? I don't think so. I'm ready to see that much mayo. If you think GME will drop this week in preparation for next week's run-up, is a bad strategy to buy puts for this week to gain some capital? I don't think it'll drop quickly enough for weekly puts to print. Hodler. That's right. Would the results of that Kenny mating be called Santorume? Yet the guy who calls himself Gherkin blames us for sexualizing the stream. I'm just saying, when you guys were in high school and someone was like, "Ah, I fucked your mom," like, weren't you ever just like, "I fucked your dad"? Like, that's way worse, right? Like, it's the same thing. Can you talk about how, if at all, bid-ask spread will help indicate top of MOASS? It won't. I don't think it'll indicate the peak. It could, I guess, if you see a large. No, I don't think bid-ask spread will be a good indicator of the peak. I think it'll be wonky. Yep, technical term. What amount of money you think one can buy a near the money contract end of week? Should be down pretty significantly. That'll depend on what our end of the week price is. Yellowed into Pigeon Wheel yesterday. What? If you wouldn't mind, since thank you for the knowledge and our favorite stock. Old school Steve-O. Dude, I forgot about your Pigeon Wheel weekend YOLO. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the membership, man, and I'm gonna get you some cues going here. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Pigeon Whales, flock to your newest member. Old school Steve-O, I hope you've added yourself to the Royal Society. You are now an esteemed colleague of the other Pigeon Whales. Let's get a sweet Pigeon Whale song going. Boom.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult.
You mentioned in the past that in MOASS you plan to exercise calls just before selling shares. How does that exit strategy work with that plan? Oh, I'm just gonna exercise calls like all the way up, Fluffiosa. Like once we hit like above $600, I'm just gonna start exercising shit. If you're right about November, December price action, could you convert some gains to a security card? Possibly. What kind of bid-ask spread are you expecting to see during the short squeeze? Wide, very wide. I would imagine that the ability for the stock to gap up would increase dramatically, especially as the liquidity flees. Yeah, so liquidity dries up during the event of even a volatility or gamma squeeze at this point. I think we will start to see that bid-ask spread really widen. I think it's possible that we'll see significant gap ups. So the ascent phase of MOASS could happen rapidly, realizing much higher and higher price targets after each halt. Is T plus we're seeing, or is your theory 1 week early? What mean? I think this is just the playing out of gamma exposure from last week. BNTX going to the moon now? I don't give a shit. What's at the top? What SI will the price start to tank? In other words, can we estimate how many wedges that break upward there will be before officially on the way down? You can't, but wedges should reach a peak and then start breaking lower and lower incrementally before the price starts to fall off. And so if you have, a consistent trend of wedges breaking lower and lower, then it's likely that the peak has been realized. If you go watch the spurt video that I uploaded a long time ago, Mike, that should give you a pretty good idea of what, that price action can look like as it rises and falls over the course of the peak. You think of MMAT? It's all right. It's usually, I feel like it's kind of pump and dumpy sometimes, but 6% on NVIDIA. This train is unstoppable. Go, Carl. Dude, I'm down hundreds on Caterpillar right now. Since this morning. I understand it's speculative, but concerning volume during the squeeze, what do you need to see to be satisfied knowing that we are indeed MOASsing? I would want to see a massive spike in buy volume, and I think we'd see the ask side of the order book just wiped out. So no standing asks, constant jumping of the bid are probably pretty good indicators of a forced buy. I've seen it on a few stocks in the past. It just means that the buy pressure is so high that the ask side of the order book can't keep up with it. And that causes the bid to jump. So they jump the bid in order to create more liquidity, right? Because you have to raise that price target to create supply. And I think we'll see that on a pretty crazy scale. Curious about why you think GME is continuing to steadily increase. I thought it was looking like it would break down, but it's pressing onwards. What's causing this? I mean, we still haven't realized our high for the day. Generally, when they cover their gamma exposure, we get one run up, and then we get a slightly lower run up on lower volume, which bleeds down into like one last one before the end of the day. This already looks like it could be seeing a rejection at this price point. Sometimes they'll just pump a bunch of volume in to get it over with, and then start bringing the price down. But this is just covering. Yeah, it's really obvious, as you can see, that they're only buying when they won't jump the ask. So if there's a gap in the ask order book, they don't buy. They halt buying. As soon as that gap in the order book is filled, they'll buy a block or two. And then they'll wait again. And what that does is it keeps them from jumping the ask and raising the price rapidly. So otherwise we would start to gap up. Like if they just covered all at once, like if they covered all of today's volume that they needed to cover at once, the price would run very, very quickly. I think we saw that play out that Wednesday on November 3rd when we had all those FTDs. Is I think they were a little spooked by the BBBY share buyback, because that really could have crunched them. So they bought just immediately right at open, right? And so the price just flew up, and it was only like 3.5 million volume, right? Like it wasn't a lot, but they were a little panicked. So that's an example of what it looks like when they do jump the bid and they put consistent buy pressure on the stock. It could come in waves. I think once we reach a certain price target, though, you're just going to see forced liquidation. Gen Librarian. Great explanation. Makes sense. Awesome. think GGPI huge wall at 1544. Yeah, I see that. They're trying to keep the price down because I think they don't want all these calls to fly out of control. But the buy side resistance down at like $15 is real strong. Hodler, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. I appreciate the support, man.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Yeah, 210.01. That's perfect. You've been trading well. Do you dislike or irritated that market mechanics like this gamma exposure covering? I mean, it doesn't irritate me. I I prefer predictable market mechanics ran everything in the markets than wild speculation, right? What does rolling and failing to roll mean? If they roll, they have to pay their losses and extend their contract? Yes. And if they fail, then those contracts expire and they are faced with a large number of failure to delivers, which we saw play out on November 3rd. Actually, we saw that play out basically all through the middle of October at a much lower rate because obviously there was a lot of liquidity provided in the previous quarter up into August, right? Because of all those ETF rebalances and everything. So like those FTDs and those failures should have been far more significant than they were, but they were still pretty significant. And that exposure raised our floor significantly going into the next cycle from where we entered this cycle. So from April to June, like the floor didn't raise a lot. It raised, but just a little. But with all that ETF exposure that we saw, or that FTD exposure that we saw occur within this window, our floor is now significantly higher entering the November run. And it seems like when they do fail, that significantly increases the price at which GameStop trades over the next quarter. Is there a way to have a limit order that executes once the price reaches a certain upward level? Yeah, I think they're called conditional orders. Some brokerages have them, some don't. That's about as much as I know about them. How much do you think you would have made if you were day trading GME since March? I don't know. Day trading GME is really risky. I've traded options on it in order to reduce the downside, but I think before these cycles were understood, it was probably riskier. But even now, GameStop's still highly volatile. It may be volatile within a small range, but when you're day trading, that small range can burn you really hard. A $5 price drop in a few minutes, which is more than possible on GameStop, against like a day traded long position, can completely fuck you, right? And then you panic sell out and the price bounces and runs right back up again. It's a terrible stock to day trade from like from just like a day trading perspective, and not even the fact that, you know, it reduces potential for MOASS because it's constantly providing and churning liquidity. You gotta accept the fact that you broke the short hedge fund equivalent of the Da Vinci Code, and MOASS is gonna start sooner rather than later. Buy your position now and drop the pickle rocket. I mean, technically, if we go back to last January, we started running right into this cycle, and we did not stop. Right, like it just higher floor, higher floor. The dips were far more shallow, and then, you know, up into January's price action. So. I think this was the roll. Where was the roll? This was the beginning of it. The beginning in November, right here, and that's really when it kicked off. And after that point, we really just never had a lower low, all the way up into the peak in January. So this is why I tell people that I think Febs are so important to get early rather than later, is because, you know, this price action from last year. Does not indicate that we will see a lower low as this cycle goes on. Do you day trade 1 minute with Heikinashi or open high low close? It depends on the volume, but I generally use Heikinashi candles for day trading. I'm not overly fond of trading like candlestick patterns, but I think Hank and Ashi are better at predicting and following trends. It's also easier to draw, you know, triangles around them because they fill in all the gaps. I also don't really hold a lot of weight in like gap fills. Are you leave the days sideways behind pretty soon? We might. Would you hold some Feb 20, 50, 30 contract, 250 through 350 contracts during the squeeze? Let's say if the price goes above 4 or 5K. I mean, I'd be exercising the shit out of those. Juke Johnson. Or is it Huge Johnson? Either way, great name. Thanks for your insight, dude. I can't imagine what it's like answering the same question leading up to a cycle over and over. You do it with conservative degeneracy and extreme class and kindness. Thank you, Smooth Opinionator. Do you think the price would stay between 200 and 300 before MOASS? It could. Yeah, we could. I think once we start to realize those higher floors driven by this exposure, that, you know, we're likely to stay at those higher floors. It's going to be hard for them to push the price back down. Volatility is going to be super spiked, which means, you know, they've just got to constantly be hedging that upward volatility potential. I don't play guitar. Maybe they were failing previously throughout the years. They know they have to roll in November, December, Jan, so the charts will almost mimic last year. That'd be sweet. They didn't roll last year into November. They failed. They failed the roll. They failed the roll, and then Ryan Cohen bought in like a couple of days before the ETF exposure for the first set of leaps occurred, which was a good buy from a trading perspective. Is Ryan Cohen aware of all these things? Maybe. I don't think so, but he could be. Where would you like to go? Oh, Jen Librarian, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I appreciate that. How sure are you the government won't step in at $1 million a share, assuming it goes that high? My biggest concern is the government not letting this play out because of bribes, donations of politicians. I mean, first of all, politicians aren't really in charge of any of this. Like, they move far too slow to react. Non-elected officials, yes, but who's to say they're not just going to go long GME and FOMO in with the rest of us, right? Everyone wants to be rich. politicians included. I don't think it'll last that long. I don't think like an infinity pool is going to occur. If it does, then yeah, I see a government intervention. But otherwise, I just see a massive short squeeze playing out, and it'll probably play out rapidly. Um, maybe like less than the course of like a week or two. Nobody, like people who've never seen $50,000 in their bank account aren't gonna just fucking sit on millions and ignore it. Like it's just not the way the psychology of it works. Options on using opinion on using Hank and Ashi candles or in Yankee candles during MOASS. Why not both? Chicken tender daddy. It's fine, M-Dub. Do options prices still change during aftermarket even though you can't trade them? No. They're updated in the morning when the options market opens. Yeah, they just adjust. I mean, they obviously have like a algorithm running that adjusts the prices, right? Or like a program that adjusts the prices based on pre-market action. So, but like sometimes there's a brief period where that adjustment occurs, and sometimes you can actually like set limit orders at market open and get a fill even if it ran in pre-market. I've had it happen a few times. Or I'll have had like a limit set for the next morning and it ran in pre-market and I didn't notice, and like market will open and my order will fill, luckily. You think 100K is possible? I think millions is possible. I'm not setting a limit on what MOASS can hit. That's not the point. The point is that market psychology, like the idea of having that kind of money encourages people to sell. That's why supply and demand works, because people are encouraged to provide supply when the demand is very high, right? But I think there's enough shares locked up that whatever the potential is, whatever that short interest is and that exposure on GameStop actually results in, it will be realized to its maximum potential no matter what. So if you do hold and you don't paper hand like a bitch, you can see numbers most likely unlike what any stock has ever traded at before. Cat double bottom seems to be coming up past the daily EMAs. Good. Slow. It's a slow mover. Big behemoth. So you don't think hedge funds got to cover 1 billion GME shares? If you believe it, then what price would it be then? I mean, I don't think they have 1 billion GME shares to cover, but they have a lot. I think that when liquidity dries up in a squeeze, you're missing how fast that price can go up, and it can go up very fucking fast. Clip. Ah, all right. H&T is voting on a stock split. Interesting. Maybe I'll buy more. I'd be happy for Brick A numbers on GME, Brick C numbers on AMC. Careful, the AMC people will start stealing that Brick CDD. Over the past few months, my girlfriend has gone, "What the fuck are you listening to?" All the way to like, "I really kind of like this guy," while hearing your streams in the background. You're slowly becoming my girlfriend's other boyfriend, and I'm more than okay with it. Thank you, Taryn. I appreciate that. And tell her I said thanks too. I love that your description of money heretofore never seen is where I joined the stream. That's awesome, man. Glad to have you. Are we getting shorted on the likes? It's okay. People, what do you mean? It's, the fucking likes are solid as hell. Thank you guys for liking the stream. It means a lot. That and a subscribe is all I would ever ask from anybody. So when you type, it sounds like a tank gunner in the distance. Brings back war PTSD. I'm sorry. No, there will be no enacting prima nocta. I'm not sure how to word this question. When they cover the time frame from when they start and at what capacity is there a price that it will ultimately reach until eventually the government steps in? Whoa, that's a basket of fucking words there, bro. Can we try again, but slower and more concise? I'll answer it, but I'm kind of confused as to what you mean exactly. Yeah, I know you're in the middle of your dislike phase, Trash Dan. You're rebelling? Is this your teenage years? How bullish are you on the popcorn division of AMC specifically, not the company as a whole? I don't know. Are you selling them popcorn, popcorn trader? Yes, I answered, Alpha Bear. Without being religious about AMC versus GME, AMC will run as well, given that they are both part of the same basket, right? I have both. I have both and up a lot on both. I understand that. I understand that people are up on AMC and that encourages bag holding. But I think AMC kind of hit its peak back when it hit 70. If it does run with GameStop, remember that Citadel can rug pull that motherfucker in a heartbeat in order to take that capital and use it where they need it, where they are exposed. They are not exposed on AMC any longer. Not in my opinion. I think it's a great way to divide retail interest, and probably a great place to make a shitload of money on covered calls. As the IV has remained high, the stock is cheap and hence more liquid than GameStop. However, the massive float prevents a short squeeze. So know that if it does run again, you need to get out fast because they do use it as a hedge for volatility. I'm gonna just rewind the stream, Alpha Bear, instead of making me repeat myself. Right? If I was streaming, you'd dislike my stuff too. Don't play. Never. I'd only support you. What else are dads for, Trash Dan? Besides the leaving part. What did you buy your HNT on? Binance? Thoughts on swing failure patterns? I'm starting to learn a lot about these. If they're legit, very fascinating. Interesting. Um, what am I clipping? he used to his next stream after your collab, and he was really up on you and how it went. I knew you were worried that you bulled him over him, but that doesn't seem to be how he feels. Awesome. Yeah, I want to make him feel that way. That would suck. But I do understand that I can get a bit like that sometimes. Is Matt Kors your idol? No, I don't idolize people who lose money on Tesla. That's why I don't idolize Burry. He's always too fucking early. Would you support my... Cool your jets, Ann. Can you refrain from calling the ticker AMC and use popcorn or sticky floor? Supersonic says you're not allowed to say AMC. Yeah, it makes writing DD very difficult when your word choices are limited by the fucking auto moderator. %1 float diamond hands to a mil is 700k shares. Some of Birdie's takes are just idiotic. Well, he's pretty crazy, so... probably because Super Stonk was brigading, right? I think you did a good job sidestepping his misinformed ideas and presenting your case on every topic. It's to be expected. It's not like I expect you guys to come into the stream and be like, I'm holding fucking GME and I know how to run an options game. Like, obviously I wouldn't do this shit if I thought everyone knew everything about this, right? I don't know everything about this. So it'd be just fucking ridiculous to assume that just every random person who shows up here does, or the people who like specialize in other areas would have any fucking clue as to what's going on here, right? So I mean, I expect those theories and wild speculation to just fly off the handle. But I think it's good because it gives me something to ground and do with my days. Can we short AMC anytime soon? I don't like when they run more than us. It's a dangerous game. 1,000 to 1 split? Jesus Christ. I think that might be a bad move. I don't like it. FTD data looks interesting. How interesting, Long Dancing? Like, Gherkin's right interesting? I'm right about everything? And I have a giant brain? Or like I'm right about some things and security in the thesis is moderate? Don't just wink at me and tease me like that, you son of a bitch. You know how much I love being right. Only 2 days end of October at FTD over 50k, 1018 and 1027. That's interesting. But I need to see the ETF exposure. GameStop FTDs were super reduced, so I expect to see some there. Weird that it would have been on the 27th. That seems a day off. I'll look into it. I hope JFresh Interstellar Fairy Cat is looking at some ETF FTDs. right? HNT, it's a crypto. If me keeps falling, when would you bail? You mean when would I buy in? Mm, 11 looks like okay support. I mean, they're just getting bad news because they had good earnings, and people short on the stock don't like it. $460K FTD for XRT on 1029. Ooh. Are we going to become GGPI bag holders? It looks like it. I'm checking resistance and support. I mean, GameStop doesn't trade enough volume recently for me to really use the 4 hour. It used to. Do you know why this happened? I'm not sure why GameStop dropped on the Frankfurt exchange, but I'd imagine that we'll see that play out because of arbitrage. So we'll find a medium. Polestar from MOASS. NEGG trying to do things again. Interesting. I loaded up to that MMAT, which is one Houston covers, has earnings today. I think shines between now and end of year. Do you know anything about MMAT? Have feelings on it? Thanks for all your daily info. Great Babe, I don't. I've kind of seen it get pumped and dumped by Wall Street Bets a few times. It's kind of a stock I stay away from. I don't really know too much about the company. I know they have some interesting tech or something like that, but yeah, I'm not too aware of their earnings. I mean, I'd be careful with IV crush going into those earnings. Tech companies, especially in their infancy, don't tend to do well at their earnings calls. So usually it'll pick up some bullish sentiment afterwards, or bearish sentiment. I don't know how profitable they are. So yeah, I don't really have a good fundamental analysis of the company, but thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. $219 Mike. I'm buying my January and February calls now because I don't think we'll see a price this low again. I'll buy more as the cycle progresses, but my nearer the money ones are going to be bought in the next several days. BTPT float is over 50% short. I feel like it will squeeze. January based off last year's trading chart. Thank you for all the market knowledge. Very appreciated. Take my lunch money. Thank you, Jeff the Privileged. Hopefully, David El Cinco Herrera will share his lunch with you today. He might have some cheese. MMTLP is so weird. It's a dividend you can buy. Dividend. Huh. Houston said they have tech and machines to build microscopic on glass, like fully see-through microwave glass. Cool. That seems important, being able to see the condition of your food in your microwave. Those two donated strange amounts, and that bothered me. The fact that they add up to a nice round 20 is chef's kiss. Interesting, Carl. It is chef's kiss. Are you saying GME is going to be ascending forever and ever? Possibly. I was told to expect a downtrend. This is covering, right? I mean, we're not super up. Where did we open at? We're up $6. $6.90. It's a bit more exposure than I expected today, Dr. K, but it's fine. I said we could have some volatility. Seller box AMC win. After we become market makers, Moonwin. Why are we donating today? No reason, just cause you like to, JC. Thank you. GME FTDs amount to 535,000. Are you adding up all the FTDs from across the entire day range? Because that's not how those work. I mean, I guess it's good to know the total number of fails over the 15-day period. I would expect that to be a bit higher with DRS, but I guess not. What are the dates we're looking for? 13th, 26th? No, 21st, 26th. And, within that +1 settlement window, because they can settle the FTDs the day after, the morning after. Has a new place, dude. It's all right. Once you get furniture, you think it'll be a dope upgrade? Maybe. I have some really shitty neighbors that I've encountered a couple times now. I don't like them. Just letting Carl know it might be a conspiracy. Thank you, Taryn. Good to know. It's disappointingly low. Yeah, I'd imagine that the exposure is going to be on the ETF side. I don't expect the GME FTDs to be high. I expect them to be low, right? There's no way that 12 million plus shares got released into the market and they didn't fucking cover some FTDs. I think they'll be higher this cycle. But the FTD exposure on the ETF side is still massive, obviously. This feels weird to say, but I've come to terms with the fact that I may never be completely ready for MOASS, but I'm more ready than ever thanks to this stream. Riku to YouTube, VWAP Dan Seipel. 67K was max for the new dates. Or what's the baseline? It's got to be low as shit, right? How did the appliance shopping go? Okay. I'm still trying to find an induction stove that doesn't have a fucking air fryer built into it. I want European convection, and I'll settle for nothing less. Is there a way you can use the amount of FTD pileups to predict price action, or whether they roll or fail? Seems like they have to, if they have too many, they have to roll or nah. I'm not sure. Hard to say because the data comes out after the fact, right? What Jan strikes are you buying? I have 225s and 250s, 300s, and 325s. No, 320s? 220s, 250s, 300s, and 320s, I believe. I have to double check that, but I think those are my strikes that I currently have for January. I'll probably be buying into more 250s and 300s. Kramer said Lucid is a good buy. Well, there goes that stock. I guess I'll sell now. Oh wait, no, I have to wait 2 days, right? I'll sell after the boomer FOMO. When doing TA is more one factor the better, or is there a point that the odds get useless? Doing TA is the more I factor. I mean, the more volume and time you have on a technical trend, like trend analysis, the more accurate the trend is. Okay, that's not how FTDs work either. Those failures you're seeing don't pop up 35 days later. Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. Those FTDs are cleared on that date. So if you look at the next day on XRT, right? Whatever the FTD total is on the next day, that's the how many they cleared. It's a rolling total. You hear you'll be on a long wait list for a new kitchen appliance? No. I have no idea. If YouTube's telling you to super chat me, ignore it and use the Ko-Fi. If I had $5 for every time we talk about air fryers and convection stovetops, I have so much money to lose on weeklies. Do you think you're ready to see a third comment in my account? Ooh. That's presuming I have two already, right? Who up to Insable? Tres Comas. That guy's my idol. Yeah, Sanchi was in here earlier. Yeah, I see what it's doing. I haven't read Linux's DD yet, but I'd imagine that his theory is more conforming to mine now, from what I've heard. There was commas in January. VWAP to Insable. Not for my fucking shares. I only had 500 shares. This is wonderful things about options, and maybe people will listen instead of the stop paying the hedgies narrative. It's tough. It's a tough one to break. You tell a group of people the same shit over and over and over again, eventually it sticks. It does include Gex theory for next week. Okay. Hurry up and read it. Comment Pickle was here, and I'll give it a plat award. Actually, just finished his DD. It's similar to yours, but the cycles don't match up perfectly. He does support options significantly, though. Awesome. This is the way. Can you trade options from the UK? Yeah. IBKR and I think Saxo Bank are the ones I know of, Callum. What calls are you looking at for a run? Oh, why am I looking at the fucking SPY? Hold on. I don't want to look at the SPY. I want to watch GameStop. The options are evil crowd is probably the same as the TA is meaningless crowd. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the information confuses me crowd. So I avoid it at all costs. But it's, to be expected. Pi-Fi, what would be the value of a 5x holder at the moment? Minimum? A couple million. Yeah, it's a couple million. You think we're gonna test 250 on Wednesday? Tuesday or Wednesday? I hope so. That'd be fucking awesome. How about some deductive logic? DFB is not a shill. DFB bought and sold options and got rich. Therefore, options are not shilly. Boom. I'm new to options. I don't understand why I get to choose my buy price. Also says I need 43k margin for $500 of options. What the fuck? Okay, I have no idea what's going on there. Are you trying to sell naked calls? Maybe you're doing like the wrong kind. You want to buy to open long calls, ideally. You don't want to do anything else. You had any more thought into your MOASS fade to a cloud of vape move? I heard your marketing team likes the idea. I had a really good idea, which I guess I'll share now since I'm not going to do it. I was going to have like a friend come to my house and like I was going to buy like squibs and like have him gun me down on live stream. And then I was just going to like fall to the floor in a loud thump and then nobody would know it happened. And then I decided against that. So I was advised by the marketing team that would be a terrible, terrible idea. How cool would that have been? I mean, it would only be made better if I could have gotten Alex Baldwin to do it. Sounds like you need a new marketing team. Bid-ask spread and options can get pretty fucking wide, Renzer. Especially if like liquidity's low. Take a dislike today for having to follow through on an amazing idea. I thought it would just be the most epic and like it would spark so many tinfoil controversies, and then also everyone would think I was dead, and so I could just go live a normal life when this is all over. Instead of being stalked all over the world by multiple millionaire pickle degenerates. Your marketing team is not familiar with your demographic. What are your thoughts on Baba? It's trying. Yeah, pre-earnings FOMO could drive it up. It's probably not a bad buy. I don't hate it. Although I think their earnings have a little less oomph to them because they delayed them, which is not generally a good sign. So the FOMO may not be as strong as you think. Bullshit, you'd fake your death and then 10 minutes later be posting about RC's tiny wee-wee. That's possible. Well, now if it happens, no one will know what the fuck to believe. It's all part of it. It's all part of the bigger plan, Carl. There's no normal life for you after this. You could have enjoyed a simple life in my Philadelphia home with me and my Philadelphia wife. I thought she was British, but you declined, and now your fate is sealed. Oh well. Still sounds better than eating canned fucking mushrooms at that Philly cheesesteak place. I'm gonna raise my glass of sherry to a la Michael Caine. May he rest in peace in the dark night. Very nice. Why are you just you're just gonna be walking around carrying a glass of sherry, waiting to run into me? But also that way I know you're Gucci. Disgruntled Philadelphia man shoots YouTuber. This is a more likely scenario. Burning the VWAP hat, like the Fireplace Fire videos for the holidays on Netflix. Thanks for not having to explain pickle-themed YouTube streams to an emergency operator. Yeah, of course. Have you already scoped out some property for the physical country club? I have some ideas. Post MOASS, I'm going to carry a glass of sherry around all the time. Yes. It's constantly drinking and fighting strangers. Does she frequently start fires as well? I'm going to briefly leave the stream to see if IBK offers me anything better than a 43k margin requirement. Okay. I don't know why you would need margin to buy $500 worth of fucking calls. You don't even need a margin account to do that. I feel like something's wrong with your order placement here. You also turned down living next to Great Lakes Superior. Now I'm just going to have to come find you and be like Mr. Diggs outside your window. Oh boy. 6 months ago today, I became a pigeon whale. I mean, that's not accurate because pigeon whales have only been a thing for 4 months. But in your mind, you became a pigeon whale. One day in the future, when people think of cheese, they'll think of us. The future is bright and filled with money. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate your membership. And also, Jeff the Privileged needs to borrow some lunch money. Why are these moving in verse of each other? What the fuck is going on? You start watching stocks, immediately start watching the White House live stream. I'm not watching anything to do with the White House. It gets way too emotional in here. Pigeon liar. Billionaires who upgraded to Pigeon Whale were grandfathered into Pigeon Whale. That makes sense. They're going to name candy after you post MOASS. Do I need to get tickets for hanging out next to Girk's window, or they'll be installing extra seats, asking for a friend? Oh, man. I'm going to have the weirdest mansion. You know, this is why we can't have nice things, because you guys behave like this. Can't you just buy the mansion across the street and watch me with binoculars like a fucking normal person? How are pigeons related to pickles? They're part of the universe. Clearly you don't understand the canon. Yeah, if you have some GME shares cash, some margin, you definitely want to clear your margin shares first. You save the SPY to dump this week and prep for next week? No. Gherkin, Pie Daddy, Father, DFE Quant, BlackRock Employee, number 42069, Elf with Attitude 1, and Santa Claus. Who are you? Who you are doesn't matter, but what you do defines you. CC's on GS and YOLO Wall Street bets, pump and dumps have changed my life. Cheers. God damn it, Bob Lewis, you son of a bitch. That's great. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Wait till it's my birthday. It's going to get crazy in here. Maybe I just won't tell you guys. It will just pass and I will say nothing. Any hope for GGPI 15s? Not really. I'm hoping I can lose some more money on these. No, I think I'm gonna close out. This is the last fail that I'm willing to accept. Oh well. Up 150, down 250. Fantastic. Cat's looking better. Cat's up a little bit. That's exciting. Prague's doing nothing relevant. Shit stock. It's not my birthday. Relax. No, I don't want hugs. See, you guys are all stoked on the November cycle, and I'm sitting here thinking, what if there's some obscure market mechanic that I don't understand or have never heard of, and we don't run on the 23rd, and I'm just infinitely sad. No, we're totally gonna rip. I mean, part of me wants it to just like only rip a tiny bit for all those people that YOLO'd way too fucking much money into weeklies like greedy sons of bitches. Don't be hitting us with logical statements at this point. I mean, you have to have some, right? Otherwise, you would just if I didn't have measured risk or you know like I would just put all my money into weeklies on November 22nd and be like, let's fucking go. You'll take my bear hug where I lift you off the ground and you will like it. I'm pretty heavy, man. Like I'm very dense. I did the research, we'll rip. I didn't find any obscure rules. Thanks, Daniel Taylor Ham Sandwich. That's it. 100% confidence now. Talk me out of an MVST earnings play. Don't do it. I haven't seen Linux's DD. I'm sure it's like my DD, but his. Or similar. I've heard they're similar. But not the same. I don't know yet. I'll have to look at it. You missed my super chat? Did I? What did you super? You super chat me in the event? Cat doesn't get it together this afternoon. How much do you think Theta will eat in the money 205Cs for 11.19 if I hang on to them a day? Oh, not too bad. To hold them into Tuesday is not going to hurt them too much. A little bit if it doesn't do anything, but I think we could see some improvement tomorrow. I'm perpetually bullish on that stock. Don't say such horrible things. Now will let me November will let me ascend like a Super Saiyan far beyond XX. Let us rip as this poor can then truly become rich and pay off that scary looking credit card. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Okay, yeah, I don't weigh 400 pounds. Not even close. Like slightly over half of that, but she might be able to lift me 1 inch off the ground. Will you let us know before you drop your next DD? I'm gonna try to finish it tonight. Do you even like pickles? I mean, they're okay. I eat like a similar number of pickles to other, like whatever the average is, which is excessive. Less than the average. Yeah, I know I need to post my DD soon. I've lifted my mother-in-law. You're a featherweight in comparison. Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah. What's up, dude? Thank you so much for you and your bots. Bringing us up at the end of the day. I love how I sold right at the dip. Fantastic. Fuck you, GGPI. You piece of shit stock. This is why we don't chase. Oh, why are we looking at Baba? GameStop just floated at 210. I mean, like in the money put interest has picked up pretty significantly. So, I don't know what's going on here. I'm also buying like a lot of 200 puts. Why so many 200 puts? Is your birthday next Tuesday? No. $209.69 bullish. That's cool. I think they'd like the price to be a bit lower. I mean, if that's it, if that's our low for the cycle, is the fucking EMA 30, like that's fucking crazy. That would represent a massive shift in price direction. Is your birthday next? Is your birthday next Wednesday? Minus 6 days. I made $200 off Prague and GGPI today. Now I can afford a hotel to live in for a couple days. Awesome, Daniel Lesage. That's super great, man. Thank you for the donation. You could have stayed at a nicer hotel instead. How much does $20 get you in the hotel world? I don't stay in a lot of hotels. Does it get you like an extra star? Like, I don't want him to sleep in a Motel 6 tonight because he donated me money. 5'10", 215. I wish. About an hour at the hotels I stay at. What EMAs are set up on your WeBull? I have the 30, 60, 120, and 160. Just brooches instead of bed bugs. That's cool. What would be the mechanics of turning a sizable short position into a net long position and letting the short squeeze play out, but your account is flush? That doesn't really work. If you enter those positions, like if you enter a long position as a hedge initially, or you have just unlimited capital, but it's very difficult because any like the loss on the short position is potentially infinite, right? The gain on the long position could be nah. If you're buying shares, you probably have to cover at that point. I hear what you're saying, and I think they did it on AMC to an extent. But GameStop is too illiquid to pull that off. Like if they tried to turn into a long position right now, it would just cause a squeeze on their short position. You convinced me to go all in on LRC today. How? You can't even get a cardboard box in New York City for $20. Yeah, I'm not the size of that guy. The guy who played the Mountain? That guy's a monster. I mean, in the money calls aren't going to realize IV gains as much as out of the money calls Bob Lewis. But IV would go up. I don't know how much. It's relative. If they do roll in December, it might double it at the peak where it currently is. There'll still be significant FTD stuff in January. There'll be some, but probably not as significant. Is this bearish movement on GGPI, or do you expect it to rebound? It could rebound. It just doesn't look good for a rebound right now. I'm neither 6'8" nor 6'9". Thanks, Vesture. Kirk can bench them out. What happened on November 3rd? Is it possible they caused the run up early? No. November 3rd was ETF FTD exposure. They didn't cause that. That's not what triggers the run up that we expect next week. Is 420 5'8"? Yeah. Why are Feb 180s 5K and Feb 200s? Oh, because they're in the money. Peerless. Also, it looks like there may be some arbitrage opportunity there. Maybe not. Maybe. Price versus premium. Yeah, I'd have to do the math. Win height reveal? How do I do that? How would I reveal height? His webcam is set to macro. That'd be awesome. Imagine if I was just like that big. IRL. That's why no one will ever see me in public. Height reveal, banana for scale. The 5th is in 3 days, the Julian calendar said. Photoshop of yourself leaning against a soda can. Banana for scale. I hear you put a voice filter on to make you sound more American. Because I'm initially what? Is it possible to run GME up this week? Well, no. If they ran GME this week, that would create more exposure next week. Randy Rand. If there are less FTDs in January, then does your plan need changing? No. I'm not basing my like options plan around FTDs. It's based on like the ETF exposure dates, right? The FTDs will just come on their own, especially if the price goes up. This cycle is not looking like a cycle that drives FTDs down, right? There's no institutional selling. The price keeps increasing, which puts more pressure on them to cover those FTDs. If they don't roll, those FTDs could be significant, right? The last cycle, the FTDs on GameStop itself were less significant because of all the shares sold at market. But those FTDs will pile up again. It's not like they've stopped shorting the stock. MarketWatch has an article titled "Opinion: GameStop Pops Thanks to Ryan Cohen's Small Wee Wee." God, I love our chairman. Weird. So Jimmy up, cow went down, nothing's going as expected, and Gherkin is chasing a silly stock that was already up a tremendous amount. Definitely a weird day for sure. I mean, I made money chasing it initially, right? I bought in here, and that was great. The problem was this down part, and it still looks good. I just think I could get a better entry lower. Like, I think now that it broke 15, I think I can get it a little bit cheaper. There goes AMC. Oh, there goes GME. Look, they're done. Maybe. What did that test? Jesus, 206. Who the fuck knows? Up part good, down part bad. I mean, the down part wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't so fucking flat and choppy. It's when shit like this happens that you get burned. Or like you get like a solid bullish reversal and then it just peters out into nothing. And with the stock trading more than its float in a day, you should really see some more upside. Can you look at Cat? It almost did a thing and then fell apart. Volatility's picking up. Relax. It's holding its uptrend. Cat's got like a 500 million float. There's some bag holders. Kirk's real name is Craig. It is not. People are having a real hard time grokking the idea that they are trapped. It can't run early. They can't FTD it. Can't trip the price because of FOMO. Floor is held. Sky's the limit. Trapped. Denial is the word. Is what they're in. Is that what you're saying? Even though I know and understand your theory, I'm super jacked for your DD. That's awesome, Jesse. I am too. I just want to make sure that it gets all the points across in a relatable way, that's the hard part. It's me again with another question about EMAs. Motherfucker, Stefan. I'm looking at GME with the 120 EMA on the daily. I'm not seeing many confluences. What am I not seeing? Can you show me why EMA 120 for GME is confluent? And the only relevance for the EMA 120 is crossing below it generally indicates a test of the 160. It's not that there's a lot of correlation between the two. It's just like a good signal line, right? Does that make sense? I'm using it as a signal to indicate a drop to the lower trend. Okay. Is Craig's real name Girk? That'd be funny. Do you still think there will be a price decline and IV decline into Friday? Yeah. There's gamma exposure today and potentially tomorrow for whatever is not covered, right? So we had some interesting volatile price action last week. I'm sure there's a little bit of exposure. I mean, volume's not even coming in much above where I said it would for the day, right? What did I say? Like 900,000 to 1.1 million. So, gamma exposure is a little greater than I expected. That's all. My dad works for the SEC. Awesome. I think the reason I can choose my options price is because I'm in demo mode. And I also set by default to sell to open rather than buy to open. Now I don't need 43K margin. I knew you were doing something fucking wrong, Callum. I called Citadel and said win MOASS. They hung up on me. NFT dividend imminent. Nice. Hypothetically, if I was going to buy Reddit coins to award a TT, would I buy them tonight? Or is it more likely a T plus 1 or 2 situation? I will announce an hour in advance before posting the DD. How's that sound? Are you using WeBull for charting? Yeah. Sometimes. I use TradingView also in the areas where WeBull's charting falls short. Cat above GME. How do you feel if GME did an NFT dividend on the 76 million shares, but offered to sell an additional 10 to 25? Sell additional at $10 to $25, allowing shorts to provide it and make bank. Possible? Yeah. I mean, they would have to provide a cash equivalent. You're saying you're calling to ask about their short positions warranty? Just call the DTCC. Be like, hi, I'm calling to ask about your guys' short position warranty. There's an issue with it. Taking your DD to Wall Street bets reminds me of Aragorn cutting a deal with the Army of the Dead and Lord of the Rings. That's very epic, and I love it. In your non-financial advice and pickle opinion, do you consider the current November 26 235 Cs to be a good price? Currently? 235. Yeah, that's more than I'd want to spend on them. 1500C on Tesla, a good play? No. How's it feel to be the 5'8" father figured all of us? Is 190 still likely this week? It can still happen. I mean, we just dropped fucking $5 in 14 minutes. So yeah, I'd say the rest of the week presents an opportunity to drive the price down more. At a rate of $5 every 14 minutes, Citron Research would be right in no time. Got blown up by not watching the Tesla ticker for 5 minutes. Tesla will do that to you. You don't buy Tesla and not watch it. That's a bad idea. Tell me 190 again, but in that AS $190, Pickle Morty. $190. No, I haven't found the Zoltar machine yet. Oh, look, we bounced on VWAP. Why is the VWAP being such a bitch today? Like, stop rejecting my stock. It's got to be the first time in the GameStop saga that anybody has rooted for the price to go down a little bit. Check your DMs and tell me if that's about right. Yeah. Thank you, Trash Dan. I think this is a very good representation of my height. Trash Dan got a 2-scale picture of me somehow. To be fair, I don't remember. There we go. My forearms look great, though. Moonwind roots for the price to go down every week. I know. How would you drink the Four Locos? With my mouth? Oh, this fucking piece of shit's gonna rip now, isn't it? Stop it. Fucking making me want to buy more. No, I'm done. I take my $100 loss. Do you identify more as Frodo, Sam, or Bilbo? None of the above. Gandalf? More like Radagast the Brown. Yeah, ideas with that dragon sitting on the gold. Smog, you do not accept the power of Polestar. Well, it's already pulled me once today, so yeah. Brown starfish is more like it. Stop! I can only get so pregnant. It's not true. You've never been impregnated, obviously. We'll lay thousands of eggs in you. Do you like Imagine Dragons? When I don't hate them, yes. All right, that's the line. Yeah, good one. Kirk in the green. I'm tired of my name and reputation being tarnished. What reputation? You have to build a reputation before it can be tarnished, Moonman. I'm a godlike trader and you know it. Ah. I just wish Moon would spend less time in the day begging for attention. I'm not your stock daddy. All right. I don't care what you do. Not my fault. What if Moonwind was not one person, but a group of like minded individual investors? Curious. Give me 1 sec, guys. I need to get more water. Trash Dan, would you stop trying to steal the audience's identities? Don't tattle on Trash Dan. I don't care. Kirk's Hot Pocket. Ooh. Wait, where did I get tagged, Bob? Kirk stuffed quahogs or oysters Rockefeller? I don't like the sound of either one of those. I just got a fraud alert on my credit card for a charge of $6,969. It's listed as Trash Dan LLC. It sounds like an approved charge to me. Ah, I found it. It seems significant. Are you counting, did you look at IWM also, Bob? What are your thoughts on 420 going up by 69 due to inflation? I just can't wait till Powell announces that we're at 6.9% inflation. Lorvius, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire or Long Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you. I won't do anything on the Discord, but thank you. You're too loud, Moonwind. I really hate how like programmed I've become by the YouTube membership pop-ups. I need to mix things up. If it's too loud, you're too old. If it's too loud, you've shorted GameStop. Also, it's a little loud. Thanks. More Gregorian chants. Why do I type to get more slide whistle in the Long Johnson song? I don't know. Visceral? Visceral wrote that, so you have to hit him up. Biden signed that bill. You want to buy some out of the money BGFV options for way above the current value? Lie to me and tell me the video goes up tomorrow. No. It might. It's tomorrow earnings? Do you think SLD requirements might help push GME down this week? Maybe. Do you want me to make an audio clip for you of my GME game show announcer voice thanking people for becoming billionaires and telling them to go link their YouTube account? Sure. That's less things I have to say. Someone tell Cat it can go to 250 now. Yeah, I know the FTD data is out. It looks okay. When will you be releasing the call options on GME? Flubber, can't you see? I've never had them. How? I mean, you say we're not an IWM, right? But then we seem to still present a ridiculous amount of exposure to that ETF. It's weird. I'm assuming because the derivatives have locked up short positions on GameStop. Like, I think there's a tie between the futures and like GameStop's old ETFs requiring deliverables of GME stocks. There's a better way to put this, but look at GGPI go. All right, can we just not talk about this fucking stupid stock? When options DD was just posted on SS, there's almost word for word everything you've said recently. Fantastic. That feels like, that makes me feel like I just don't have to write the DD now. Christopher Sawchek, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaire's Country Club after the stream.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Any other ETFs you think are still worth tracking fails other than IWM? IWM's a big one. There's a couple others, Bob Smith. We have a list, but I don't have it available right now. I can, as soon as the fucking fairy cat shows up, then we should be able to find it. Yeah, FTD data looks interesting. Still waiting on a couple more ETFs to be looked over, and then I'll have a better idea. Cat finally out of the depression stage. Yeah, if I can find the list, I know we have it on my DD Discord. I'm just not sure where. We already have a program that someone wrote that does that also, Bob Smith. So you don't have to worry about it. I'll run it through. Sorry for GGPI. Check your DMs. Okay, I can't check Google Docs right now, but I will later. That doesn't sound terrible, Adam. Little more front, like your risk on the short terms is a little higher than I'd be interested in, but I guess if you're going near the money, it's probably safer. I DM'd you the IWM data for now in case you wanted it. Oh, cool. IWM fails are way down. Yeah. I mean, it looks like they covered a fat chunk of their ETF exposure after that failure. It's interesting that the failure in the futures seems to cause so many more, or caused so many more ETF failures this quarter. I'm guessing they couldn't satisfy ETF deliverables with actual GME shares. Because it seems like they were able to drive the GME FTDs way down. Baba looking better. Oh, it's coming up a little bit. Yeah. Baba's climbing. Aha. GGPI rejected at 15. Vindication. I think it's going to maintain about 200 for the rest of the week. There's still possibilities of dips around 180 again before next week. I don't know what max pain is right now. Max pain's still at 190, so it's possible. What's the difference between buy to open? Buy to open is purchasing a contract and to open it, and then buy to close is like buying back a contract you sold to close it. Yes, it's a no from Pi-Fi. Forever alone. What was the question? Pi-Fi, you and I play a major role in Gospel of the Dance Part 4. Oh boy. We're hitting 350 again by December 10th. It's a bit excessive. Why? I mean, we could if they roll. If they don't roll, we're not going to do that. Yeah, buy to open, sell to close. Yeah, no problem, Phoenix King. Thank you. Is there displeasure with the Long Johnson jam? Some people were commenting that they would like more slide whistle. I was thinking I would like more pigeon whale song. I had a girlfriend once who had the same buy to open policy when it came to her thighs. Rough. Has Linexis just ripped your cycles theory and options DD on Superstonk? Possibly. I don't know. I haven't read it. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he also credits me in it. So am I muted? No. Do you want to be? Can you say more bullish things? I'm almost there. So is the bill already priced into cat? I mean, it shouldn't be, right? Because the speculation of the bill drove the price up to like $240, and then the price tanked when the bill got put on hold. You let us know which GME options you purchase and when. Thanks so much for all the work you do. I mean, you'll see some of them. Do you think if we give Lady VWAP a little less praise, she'll stop holding up GME? No, it's not gonna work. GGPI can rip now. My call's sold. I don't really think the SLD thing correlates with GameStop that much, but I'll look into it. I haven't read it yet, so I'll read it and form my own opinion. Fuck you, it's still stuck at 1516 trash Dan. Prague? It's slightly up. I know what you're trying to do. Fucking shitty specs. What are you jumping on, rower or elliptical? Good for brain health. Could dictate to the poorest during their sessions about pigeon whale lore. Interesting. Awkward loan. Thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Oh, nice windmill. What would you buy with only $40? Dinner? I figured it all out. The reason I chose my option price is because it was set to limit buy rather than market. Does 303 cost and 292 premium sound about right? Well, if it costs 303, that should be the premium. Based on your theory, there is a possibility that they fail to roll next week, and therefore we don't see price action until how far out? If they, well, the roll is later on, right? First, we have ETF exposure from quarterlies. Then we should see a roll. We should see action indicating a roll after December 1st. How many shares do you want me to sell to get the price down? None. That's cool. What strike price gives the best nutritional value? $5 strikes, KF Tunes. Why December 1st? That's after the exposure from the weeklies next week. So if we run hard next week, then this will create some volatility for the next few days, right? And then we have the expiration date out here on the 26th, and then we can see more action during T+2. And then we'll look here, which is December 1st, after December 1st. And we'll see if volume is either going up, volume and price going up, or are we stagnating and volume's dropping off? One of these two actions will tell us if they are rolling or failing. Are we dropping through VWAP? Slowly. Been busy all day. Is FTD data looking bullish for next week? How would the FTD data tell me anything about next week? Next week's price action has absolutely fucking nothing to do with FTDs. I mean, it does, and the FTDs have driven the floor up, but it doesn't in the fact that it's not correlated. It's different mechanics. Does that make more sense? Not Saculon? I know it's a lot of moving pieces. So you holding on to those cat calls for a few days, maybe until tomorrow. We'll see. Does lower ETF FTDs affect anything about our timeline? No. Where did you learn to be a market mechanic? Does the FTD tell you anything about the size of the wee-wee? Yeah, big FTD, small wee-wee. I was told this was a cult. Highly disappointed. Sorry. How many asks have I slapped today? More than one. It's not working. I'm just ignoring you two. No, not naughty cult. Let's go power quarter of an hour. I keep seeing references to your cakes on Discord. Do you bake? What? What cakes? GGPI is going down, isn't it? Yeah, it's not doing anything good. Dan song for MOASS. I don't think I want to give you guys the satisfaction. If we're expecting big things by next week, why shouldn't we be at 340 by December? Why would we be at 340 by December? The only way we hit 340 by December is if they roll. I don't think we're gonna see that much upwards price action from the ETF rollover date or the ETF exposure dates. If they roll the futures, then we could see 350 by December, like early December. It's not my birthday. That's right. Be sad. I have no cakes. RC gonna get guns blazing on 11/23, Pi 5 birthday. That's not my birthday. Do you think we test the 120 or 160 this week? It's possible. I know, we're a little up today. Everyone's very excited. But we can go down very quickly. I think the bill's already signed. Didn't they sign it at like 3 o'clock? Does your cake have a Dan inside? Probably. They like to secrete themselves places. They're gonna sign it, but they're still flapping their gums beforehand at the ceremony. Yeah, apparently they haven't done shit yet. Typical government. What kind of cake do you want? Who makes the whale cake? Like Fudgy the whale. I want one of those. They're waiting so Cat specifically can pump an aftermarket and dump pre-market. Carvel. That's it. Fudgy the pigeon whale. Slap some wings on that fucker. If you had enough money to live for a year comfortably and was just fed up with working, would you take a break and not work? No, I can't imagine myself doing that. This is the only thing that keeps me sane. So it's I have to keep working. I think I might be a workaholic. Hmm. I'll pay someone to make a pigeon whale cake. If you think 300 is going to happen before December, what do you expect for the 24th of November? A price increase? Somewhere in the 225 to 250 range. I don't think 300 is happening before December. I did not say that. I have no forward price predictions after November. It's too soon. If they fail to roll in December, will we get back to these prices possibly before December 22nd? Possibly. But maybe not. IV might be higher on further dated contracts at that point. What's up, Madara? Is Cat dead yet? Let's see. What's it doing? It's having a rough day. Was it just having the same day as the spy? Yes. Or the Dow. Probably more likely the Dow. Let's look at the Dow. Oh, yeah. Just no exuberance in the market. I'm gonna full screen GME into the end of the day. GME doing a little better than the market today, which is interesting. Do you have any concerns with the overall market tanking before Feb? Maybe. I mean, it could happen, but I'm not gonna like bet on it. Well, I mean, I hedge against it, but have you guys started to know how much that like everything is built around like all the timing in the world seems to revolve around the financial markets? Like they're not going to sign that fucking paper until the market's closed. Today's the third day of the month. I don't know. I'm not a fucking tax advisor, John. No pull star for MOASS anymore. It's okay. Dumpster keeper Dan, you'll always be a pull star. But I hate the extent to which it is actually corrupt. If I could get November 26th November option for 303, what's the reason to wait to buy on the 19th? They'd be cheaper. That's exactly what I mean, Homer's guess. Prague for MOASS. It's still just like 15 cents up. When am I going to become a tax advisor? Never. Accounting's never been something that intrigued me. Thanks, Polo check. Do you believe in the generational wealth with GME that people in Superstock are saying? I believe it's possible. Do I think the people that actively talk about holding for generational wealth will? I don't know. Maybe. Worst tax advisor ever. Not a tax advisor. Said ETF rebalance runs with 10 million volume. We saw $50, $70 gains. Do you think we'll see the same gains this time around? Yeah, it's possible. It could be even exacerbated more because we have had more upwards price action throughout this cycle than we did for the August one. Superstock is going wild with anti-option sentiment today. Great. Good for them. Are you a cat advisor? No. What if, here's the question. What if Superstock is comprised of like 100,000 GME holders and 500,000 shill bots from Citadel? Has anyone thought about this? Like, what if the shill to holder ratio is 5-1? Big if true. Yeah, what if the Schiller index is just blown right out the top of the market? Lugs, I am from Citadel. What if it's 7-1? What if how much everyone throws the shill accusations around is actually warranted? My mind would be blown. Show us your 2 shares to prove to us you're not a shill. They're right there. Both of them. Ding ding. Oh wait, no, it's not. That was 10 seconds early. We can still make 209.69, guys. Spy trying to rip into close. As the original shill, I can neither confirm nor deny as the actual case on Superstock. I've been called a shill, but I just assume those people are dumb. I didn't assume that they were robots. Is there a way for me to get you some research I've done for you to look into or the quants? Yeah, absolutely, Jason. DM me on the Discord is the best way. Ding ding. Closing up 209.14, up $7 today. Pretty sweet run of some gamma exposure from last week. Volume coming in about 300K more than I thought it would. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But the uptrend is very interesting. So I'm looking to see if that'll continue. I'm going to be plugging away at the DD for the rest of the night. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. You guys are silly. All right. I'm wrapping it up. Thank you guys all so much. Have a great night, and I'll see you in the morning. Not an advisor. Frigulon.